We have here both President Maia Sandu and Speaker of the Parliament Igor Grosso, and so this is a parliamentary gathering. So first of all, I will ask, really the Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova, Igor Grosso, to say formal opening words for our session.
Stimată doamnă președinte Maia Sandu,
President Maia Sandu, dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Chișinău. It is an honor for us to host such an important event, which takes place for the first time in Chișinău, the 10th ordinary session of Euronest. And it is even more important given the context we're in. Unfortunately, since 1 year we have a war a few kilometers away. At the same time, for the first time, we take part in Euronest with the status of candidate country. I'd like to tell you about our parliamentary agenda. During the last year, we've met most of you here, either in Chișinău or in Brussels. Here in the room, I see a lot of friends of the Republic of Moldova who played a very important part in promoting our European road, which we very much appreciate and we're grateful for. Today's event is an opportunity for us to take a look back at our progress and an opportunity to consolidate our European choice. The Eastern Partnership was a successful project for the Republic of Moldova. It has opened the borders for our citizens. It has strengthened and reformed our economy. It has built commercial roads, and it has led to changes to the benefit of all people. Due to the Eastern Partnership, our citizens travel without visas. Our youth have scholarships in the European Union, and our goods are sold on the European market. The Eastern Partnership was an opportunity for all of us to consolidate and to strengthen our European choice. And we are willing to work hard to go even beyond today's framework. As being granted the status of candidate country in order to join the European Union, a status granted both to the Ukraine and to Moldova, the European perspective granted to Georgia, impact of the war in Ukraine force us to adjust the partnerships given the new realities. We are also committed to strengthen the ties with the other countries of the Eastern Partnership. And we are doing it fully within the Euronest Parliamentary Assembly, which grants us a framework for dialogue, for advice, for exchanges of visions, and for needed transfers of experience when we are discussing topics of interest. The candidate country status, which was granted to us on the 23rd of June 2022, showed again that we are on the right path. Indeed, this was a historic moment, an essential step on our way towards the European Union. I know what we have to do because the reforms we have started are first and foremost for our citizens and for our wish to have a life in dignity. There is a long road ahead of us, but we are very determined, as never before, to become part of the great European family. We have to use any possibility to learn, to evolve, to strengthen ourselves. And the European Parliament plays an important role, and we need this support. During the last 2 years, we have established tighter ties based on the Memorandum of Understanding signed in November 2021, or based on the roadmap which we have both agreed on in order to strengthen democracy in the Republic of Moldova, or in order to have access to programs of capacity strengthening. The memorandum signed on the 29th of November 2021 in Brussels by the European Parliament and by the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova show that we are firmly committed, both institutions are firmly committed to develop our cooperation. In the Chișinău Parliament a few months ago, we also had a historic event. For the first time from the Parliament's desk, we received a strong message of support for our citizens, for the Republic of Moldova, from the President of the European Parliament, Roberta Metsola. And she said, Moldova belongs in Europe. Our future is to be together. Mrs. Metsola, thank you. Thank you for taking part in this event today, even though remotely. But your message is important for us. Our feeling is that lately the member states of the European Union, the European Commission, the European Parliament, act together to help our citizens. And our country will successfully go beyond any obstacle. We appreciate your solidarity and your concrete support for us, Moldavians. We are determined to do everything possible in order to do our homework as well as we can, especially when it comes to justice, fight against corruption, organized crime. We will grant good conditions for the development of the business environment in the regions and at a local level in order to give these communities the chance to live in welfare and prosperous lives. We want the Republic of Moldova to develop, and we want this to happen fast. Another priority is the development of villages and cities in the Republic of Moldova. As I said, during the last year, we went through many hardships in the Republic of Moldova. There were issues with the Russian aggression in Ukraine, and we were confronted with a serious energy crisis because of the limits for gas coming from Russia through Gazprom. This energy sabotage made us stronger, nevertheless. For the first time since our independence, after more than 30 years, we do not depend on the Russian gas anymore. We have our own natural gas reserves, and we will go in the same direction and at the same pace so that we do not depend on one source and we can diversify our sources. Now we have to launch and to support as many projects as possible in order to generate renewable energies, green energies, more solar panels, more windmills, so that until 2025 we can have at least 30% of the energy used in Moldova produced from own renewable energy sources. And we are convinced that we'll manage, especially due to our foreign partners who already have shown openness in helping us with their experience. For 2023, we know that we have to work even harder. We want to move on to the European Union. And at the end of this year, we want to start the negotiations. During these hard times, we have to stay united in front of those who try to divide us, in front of those spreading fake news in order to create political troubles, in front of those who threaten and sabotage us and blackmail us using guns. And we have to be united and together with our true friends from the European Union, the United States, and the other Western partners. As I said, every time we choose peace, liberty, and Europe. Thank you.
Speaker, and now it's really my great pleasure to welcome the President of the Republic of Moldova, Maia Sandu, really, and give the floor.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to welcome you to Chișinău. We are glad to host the 10th plenary session of the Euronest Parliamentary Assembly. This forum brings together friends and members of the European Parliament, European Commission officials, as well as friends and colleagues from Armenia, Azerbaijan, Belarus, Georgia, Ukraine, and Moldova. On behalf of the Moldovan people, I extend a warm welcome to all of you who have traveled from across Europe to join us today. As we gathered here today, we are united in our shared vision of a Europe that is peaceful, stable, prosperous, and democratic. We recognize that achieving this vision requires a renewed commitment to deepening cooperation and integration between the EU and the Eastern Partnership countries in a geopolitical context of unprecedented challenges that our region faces today. This includes not only strengthening political and economic ties, but also enhancing our common security, strengthening people-to-people contacts, and supporting the civil society. As we draw conclusions from this difficult past year, today's reunion will focus on our European integration agenda, on our security cooperation in a region marked by the war, and on how we manage the social and energy crisis caused by Russia's brutal war against Ukraine. Wars have taught us many lessons, some of which are painful and difficult to confront. They have caused immense human suffering, political upheaval, and economic disruption, and have highlighted the urgent need for more effective mechanisms of conflict prevention, resolution, and reconciliation. One of the most important lessons that we have learned is the critical importance of respecting international law, human rights, and the principles of democracy and the rule of law. When these values are disregarded, as we see in some recent conflicts, the consequences can be catastrophic. This is why we must do all we can to restore peace in Europe. The brutal war waged by the Russian Federation against Ukraine plunged our continent into a geopolitical earthquake that we have not seen since World War II. Russia's blatant disregard for the rules-based international order challenges the core of Europe's values. Our people believe in these values, hence we need to protect them together. The European Union is first and foremost a peace project. So today, European nations must come together to help Ukraine win this war and to restore peace and stability on the continent by resetting the European security architecture. As Ukrainians fight to fend off the occupation, regain their freedom, and defend their land, today they also defend Moldova. They defend the whole of Europe. Ukraine needs our support in this existential struggle. The international community must do everything to help Ukraine succeed. Today, the world teaches us that we must work together to safeguard democracy. In the past years, democratic rule has been under pressure even in some EU member states. Fragile democracies have been a target of attack in Eastern Partnership countries. Previous conflicts in Europe have demonstrated the importance of strong institutions, independent media, and civil society in promoting stability, democracy, and accountability. When institutions are weak or co-opted, when the media is censored or manipulated, or when the civil society is suppressed or excluded, it becomes more difficult to prevent conflicts, to hold leaders accountable, and promote reconciliation. Russia has used a variety of tools to destabilize democratic institutions and elected leaders. It wants to drag our countries back to a murky authoritarian rule of corrupt puppet governments that report to Moscow. We have seen the blunt and tragic way in which this has unfolded in Ukraine. In Moldova, the proposed line of attack is orchestrated protests caused by economic hardship. Russia's war in Ukraine left our people poor and more vulnerable. Last year, Moldovans struggled to keep up with the rampant inflation and very high energy prices. But we were there for them. The government offered compensations and financial aid to the most vulnerable. Our Western partners helped us fund programs such as the Energy Vulnerability Fund. During 2022, Moldova was able to put the fundamentals for the diversification of its energy supply. For the first time in our history, we no longer depend on a single source for our natural gas supply. In the coming years, we will continue to diversify, deepen our connection with the European power grid, and invest in renewables as we move away from Russia's grip. Moldova could have not done it without the financial assistance of our partners and friends in Europe, the US, and beyond. In times of need, we know that we can count on their solidarity and support. We also recognize the damaging effect of corruption on our democracy, and we are taking steps to eliminate the scourge from our political and public sphere. Moldova is committed to increasing the capabilities of our anti-corruption agencies. We want to ensure that all those who steal public money or commit crimes against the welfare of our citizens are prosecuted in accordance with the law. Countries that struggle to maintain and defend their democratic rule need support. All those who fight for democracy and want to establish or restore a democratic government in their countries deserve our help. We need stronger democracies in Europe. We must also work together and support the integration of our countries into the European Union. In the past year, the associated trio countries have made important steps forward on our European path. As a candidate country for EU membership, Moldova is determined to work hard and move forward with resolve on our EU accession path. We work on limiting the influence of vested interests in our economy, media, and politics. We work towards strengthening our rule of law and cleaning the justice system from corrupt judges and prosecutors. We work to gradually bring Moldova into the EU single market. we are putting efforts to make our producers and exporters more competitive on international markets. We have a strong civil society and are ahead of some of the EU countries in the International Freedom of Press ranking. We want to be part of the EU, to be part of the free world, to survive as a democracy. We want to live in peace. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here today because we share the same core values: respect for human rights, freedom, democracy, and the rule of law, solidarity and mutual support, and our joint commitment to uphold and defend peace. These are the European values that bring us together and that we share regardless of the country we come from or what part of the continent we call home. These challenges that lie ahead of us are many, but we are confident that by working together and leveraging the resources and the political will of all of our countries, we can create a more peaceful, secure, and prosperous future for our citizens. I look forward to the discussions and the debates that will take place over the course of the next few days, and to the ideas and recommendations that will emerge from these exchanges. Thank you.
Madam President, really, thanks a lot for your very strong message. And I can assure us that all Assembly is admiring what you are doing here in Moldova for the benefit not only of Moldova people, but for the benefit of the whole Europe. Thanks a lot. Now we are we shall have Roberta Metsola, President of European Parliament, but she will speak to us not from the podium, but from the screen. So please, if you can start video presentation, video statement of Roberta Metsola, that would be great.
A forum for constructive criticism, but also to give due praise for one another's successes. It has facilitated agreement on difficult solutions to challenges that have been common to us all. And especially in this last year, it has enabled us to reflect on very difficult geopolitical issues and to show solidarity with Ukraine and its people. It is clear that we have come a long way, and I think we can all agree that the Euronest Parliamentary Assembly has proven to be a great example of the fruits that parliamentary diplomacy can bear. And so, as we look towards the future, it is important that we remain committed to our values and goals of increased cooperation and mutual understanding. Let me assure you that the European Parliament remains fully committed to supporting our Eastern partners in building strong, resilient and secure societies. We respect and are ready to support you in your respective ambitions when it comes to your relationship with the European Union, whether that is in your aspirations for EU membership or through strengthened cooperation with the European Union. We will continue to advance on the EU candidate status with the Republic of Moldova and Ukraine. We will work with Georgia on achieving EU candidate status too, once it completes the necessary reforms. And enhanced partnership agreement. We will focus on cooperation with Azerbaijan within the partnership and cooperation agreement as well. And we will do all this while continuing to stand together with all Democrats in Belarus. Dear colleagues, this is what we achieved through dialogue, cooperation and unity. And I believe there is still room for more. We still have so much more we can offer to each other. That is true when it comes to upholding democratic values, human rights and the rule of law. It is true when it comes to tackling hybrid threats and foreign interferences in our societies. And it is also true when it comes to addressing Russia's unjustified aggression on Ukraine. Russia's war on Ukraine has caused immense human suffering, death and destruction. It has shaken our security architecture, peaked inflation, surged our energy prices and added more instability to what was already a difficult post-pandemic economic situation. In 4 days' time, it will already mark a year since the start of Russia's war. We need to stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. It is imperative that we aim to align our response, whether that is by adopting sanctions against Presidents Putin and Lukashenko, or by closing loopholes that allow sanctions to be circumvented, or by strengthening the international isolation of the Kremlin. This assembly remains uniquely suited to be a forum for that discussion. We do not all just share a common history, but a shared destiny as well. With that, I thank you for sustaining the vision of the Eastern Partnership, and I wish you many fruitful meetings and discussions over today and tomorrow.
Well, thanks a lot to our President Roberta Metsola. As I understand, there were some technical problems, but I hope that we got a very clear message from our President. Now, I will try to make several remarks, and I will go to the point. So, dear colleagues, really, first of all, congratulations again to everybody, and thanks a lot to President and Speaker of the Parliament. I would like to thank also my co-chair, Ina, for a great job. You know, we are enjoying Moldavian hospitality. I was saying from the very beginning that it's a challenge to survive through that hospitality, but we are managing, we are managing. So really, it's very important gathering. It's very important gathering, I would like to stress, because this is the first session of Euronest Parliamentary Assembly during the war. Madam President, you spoke in a very clear language about what does it mean, this war, for all of us. It's really geopolitical earthquake, as you named it, and it brings tectonic changes for the whole region and for the whole European continent. And I hope that those tectonic changes at the end will be positive. That's my understanding of the whole situation. I will try to make just a few comments in general. What does it mean for us to have our assembly during such a period of time? What we should expect and where we should strategically, concentrate our attention. And first of all, I will try to make just a few remarks on my own, understanding why Putin waged this war. Somebody is calling that this is a traditional neo-imperial or colonial war. I would stress that, in my opinion, this is a war of collapsing autocracy against inevitable spread of democracy to the eastern part of the European continent. I would like to call this war as Kremlin regime survival war. Kremlin waged the war not to allow democracy to spread into Russia. For Kremlin regime to survive in Russia, the biggest threat is success of democratic Ukraine, success of democratic Eastern Partnership development. Because that can inspire Russian people to demand the same development in Russia. And that would be really the biggest danger for such a regime. Ukraine's success, as the success of other Eastern Partnership countries, can be built in the same way as success of Central Europe, of our countries, was created in the 1990s through integration towards the EU. And I would like to stress again and again that this is the only way how the success of countries, especially in post-Soviet area, can be created. So that is why, for Kremlin regime, Ukraine integration towards the EU is the biggest danger for the survival of such a regime. That is the reason why they started the war against Ukraine's success. I'm absolutely sure that Russia, autocratic Russia, will lose this war. They will be defeated in Ukraine. Of course, with an assistance, strong assistance from the Western countries. And such a victory is needed not only for Ukraine. It's needed for the whole democratic world and especially for democratic Europe. Such a defeat will bring collapse of autocracy in Russia, and it will open the doors for transformations back to democracy in Russia. That is what we also need to have in mind when we are talking about today's situation. It is a crucially important historical moment, which will change the whole geopolitical landscape of the European continent. We, my generation, we have seen how Berlin Wall collapsed. And now I am absolutely sure we are coming to the moment of the same historical significance when the Kremlin walls of authoritarian aggressive regime will start to collapse. And that historical change, first of all, depends exceptionally on Ukraine. Because transformation of Russia will happen, first of all, if Russian people will get rid of the dream to restore empire. For that to happen, there are three most important things which we all together we need to realize. First of all, Russian military defeat in Ukraine. Second, international tribunal for Putin. And third, NATO membership for Ukraine. Russians need to understand that Ukraine is gone from their sphere of influence. From another side, for such transformation to happen, Russian people need to believe that they can have normal life in Russia itself. And for that to happen, Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia integration towards the EU will play a most important strategic role, because that is how Ukraine and other countries' success will be created, and how example and inspiration for Russian people also will be created. And that is the only way for sustainable peace to be created on the European continent. That is why European integration of those countries, of trio countries, is the only way towards sustainable peace, and that is why integration of Eastern Partnership countries towards the EU is needed not only for the countries of Eastern Partnership region themselves, but strategically is very much needed also for the whole European Union. And that is what on European Union side we need to understand in a proper way. And that is why Eastern Partnership policy, from my point of view, is the most important geopolitical policy of the EU for the time being, and that is why Euronest Parliamentary Assembly, which is gathering here in Chisinau, is such an important event. Also, it is crucially important that we have really this assembly here in Chisinau, not just because we have session in the neighborhood of Ukraine, but also mostly because Moldova brings a clear and very important evidence that if the people in Eastern Partnership region have the possibility to make a free choice, they are choosing European direction, despite all the Kremlin efforts to resist such a choice with all Kremlin hybrid influence weapons. I would like really to congratulate President Maia Sandu and all the leadership of Moldova for a great job bringing Moldova on the European road. As I said before, this is very much needed for Moldova, but also very much needed for the whole European Union, for the whole European continent. Moldova brings clear evidence what would be the choice of Belarus people if they would have possibility to make a free choice which Lukashenko have stolen from them. The same with Russian people. And that is why Kremlin dreams how to destroy such a choice of Moldova people. But that will not happen. Autocracy in Russia will lose at the end, both military in Ukraine and geopolitically against European integration of Eastern Partnership countries. For that to happen, there is a need of consolidated political will, also not only in accession countries, but also on the EU side and the whole Western world. We need to deliver weapons to Ukraine, and we need to have an ambitious integration agenda for trio countries, with accession negotiations for Ukraine and Moldova to be started during this year, as Speaker of the Parliament stressed very clearly. With military Rammstein, we, the West, have shown the way how to consolidate our political will in order to deliver weapons. In order to deliver integration, we need to create integration Rammstein. We need to deliver integration in such a way that Eastern Partnership countries, first of all Moldova and Ukraine, and I hope Georgia, would become members of the European Union before 2029 and would participate in regular elections to European Parliament at that year. So be ready for such an exercise. This is a way to sustainable peace on all the European continent. Collapse of Kremlin walls will remove the most important destabilizing factor of aggression and oppression for all the Eastern Partnership region, not only for Ukraine and Moldova, but also for Belarus and for South Caucasus. But all the changes in our region, all the geopolitical changes on broader European continent starts with Ukraine victory. So that is why long live Moldova and Slava Ukraini. And now I would like to ask Ina, my co-chair, to take the floor and to take the leadership in this meeting.
Dear Mrs. President Sandu, dear Mr. Speaker Grosso, dear members of the European Parliament and of the parliaments of Eastern Partnership countries, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to speak to you in person today at the Euronest Annual Assembly and a pleasure to host this high-level event in Chișinău. It is also an opportunity for all of us to reflect on our progress and reassure our joint commitment to embrace the European values in the framework of a genuine democracy on an Eastern Partnership platform. A partnership which is based on mutual interests, shared values, and responsibilities. The Eastern Partnership has been a prominent take-off for my country in many fields. It has opened the borders for cultural exchange and free movement for our citizens, strengthened and reformed our economy, opened the EU market for our businesses, and intensified investments in physical infrastructure and interconnectivity in energy, transport, telecommunications, and other important sectors. Year of 2022 brought us the historical decision of granting to the Republic of Moldova and Ukraine the status of EU candidate countries, and Georgia receiving European perspective of joining EU. However, 2022 brought us into a new and cruel reality where solidarity and unity is a key to success. After several years of pandemic which devastated the economic sector in our region and the consequences of which we will feel through the next years, on the 24th of February 2022, we woke up with an unprovoked and unjustified war of Russia against Ukraine, which changed the security landscape in Europe. And speaking to my relatives, which live in different cities of Ukraine, I could understand very well the horrors which they feel on their skin. Moldova, a small country, affected severely by the consequences of the war, opened its arms towards hundreds of thousands of refugees from Ukraine who were seeking for shelter in Moldova or crossing Moldova on the way to EU countries. Dear colleagues, dear friends, the Republic of Moldova today faces the active phases of a hybrid war waged by Russia against democracy in our country in a desperate attempt to hijack our European course. The danger is as real as it gets, and we need to be alarmed by it. It should be highly irresponsible to ignore the dangers and mislead society and the international community. Last fall, we passed in a phase with an imminent danger of hijacking the democratic processes in our country, but thanks to the exemplary actions of the state authorities, today we have peace in our country. But the effort has now been resumed recently and the dangers are increasing, and the authorities must be set on the highest level of alert. Enhancing security in our region is #1 priority, on which we need to focus our attention. Airspace of Moldova was disturbed by Russian rockets 4 more times, which flew above the Moldovan territory. But rockets and tanks are not the only arms used by Russian Federation against the civilized world. In the era of free movement and digitalization, When the role of internet and social networking platforms contribute a lot to forming the public opinion, disinformation, manipulation, and propaganda became a visit card of the Russian Federation. And gas pipelines became a real economic gun oriented towards European economies, guns which were built carefully and consecutively in a long time period. Since September 2021, the whole region was affected by energetic crisis caused by limited volumes of gas at unaffordable prices delivered to Moldova and EU countries from Russian Federation through Gazprom. This energetic blackmail, though, made us stronger and more determined to rethink energetic system in our country, diversify energy sources, assure interconnectivity of energy systems with our neighbors for a better integration into the European energy network. The governments should concentrate their efforts on assuring energy security at affordable prices, but also to increase the share of renewable energy by implementing innovative technologies and digitalization of the energy sector. The decarbonization of the energy sector is a priority of our government, one important element and example from our point of view being decarbonization of transport sector by step-by-step electrification. This could also have an important role of energy system equilibration. In this regard, I would like to express my conviction that Moldova could be transformed into an innovation sandbox in the energy sector. And these objectives can be realized only with a strong support with our European development partners. Disaster provoked by poignant and chaotic bombardments by Russian Federation of Ukraine, along with sabotage activities upon industrial, nuclear and other objects, with major risks on environmental pollution in Ukraine, have severe consequences on the environmental quality at the regional level. And some of these risks can't even be assessed at this stage. This could accelerate climate change and harm the European agenda of carbon neutrality till 2050. We all need to concentrate our efforts on green agenda and green transformation, but also prevent the environmental disaster in Ukraine, which could harm the environmental security in the whole region. Dear friends, the citizens of the Republic of Moldova chose the European path, expressing clearly this option through the independent and the majority vote granted to the ruling political party and to the President of the Republic of Moldova, Maia Sandu. In order to maintain the pro-European orientation of our country in conditions of unprecedented crisis through which our country is passing, it is important to continue to deliver on reforms in various sectors. We want to build Europe in Moldova and raise living standards in line with the EU's long-term policy objectives. Taking into account the new status granted to Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova and Georgia, Eastern Partnership needs to be rethought and recalibrated, as well as according to the impact of the war in Ukraine. Financial and technical assistance have a crucial role in supporting the EP countries with European aspirations. With the hope, in 2023, Moldova and Ukraine will start negotiations of the chapters of the association agreements. For this, not later than starting with the next multi-annual financial cycle of the EU, Moldova, Ukraine and Georgia should be transferred from the EU neighborhood funds to the EU pre-accession financial instruments. During the times of profound local, regional and international crisis, unity should be a key word for our actions. We need to say a strong no to those who try to divide us and throw us back in Middle Ages, who through propaganda and disinformation continue to brainwash the population of European region in its attempts to satisfy the imperialistic appetite. We should be united as true friends with the European Union, the USA, and the rest of the Western partners. Our place is in the European family, and we choose Europe, we choose democracy, we choose peace. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Ina, and as I understand, protocol with whom we cannot, negotiate is very strict, and President Maya Sandu leaves us. I don't know about speaker. You should stay. Okay, good, good. Okay, so thanks a lot.
Dear friends, so we continue our agenda with the address from Mr. Edward Oer, the head of the Division for Regional Eastern Partnership, Regional Cooperation and OSCE, European External Action Service, on behalf of Mr. Joseph Borrell Fontel, High Representative for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy, Vice President of the European Commission. Please, the floor is yours.
Very much, and thank you very much for the invitation to speak here, dear co-chairs. It's a great honor to speak here on behalf of the External Action Service and Mr. Borrell. The Eastern Partnership is not only a government-to-government organization, that's the part that my organization works in, it's much more than that. And very important is the cooperation between parliaments. And I think the very lively, very interesting discussions that we heard yesterday, that we have already heard today, and which we will no doubt hear in the remainder of this conference, is a testament to the very important role that parliaments play in the regional aspect of our Eastern Partnership. In December 2022, the foreign ministers of the EU member states and the Eastern partners met in Brussels for their regular annual meeting. And they discussed the state of the Eastern Partnership, and there was a consensus that the agenda recovery, resilience and reform that was adopted previously remains valid. The subjects that we want to pursue together, just to name the most important ones, are good governance, energy security, green transition, digital transformation, connectivity, and people-to-people contacts. They will remain the priorities for the EU to work in this in the regional Eastern Partnership. And we will work closely with our partners towards these objectives. Not to forget that there is a substantial financial part to this program, the economic and investment plan that will help us to achieve these objectives. In all of this, of course, support to Ukraine remains the main priority. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has challenged the European security order. The previous speakers referred to this very eloquently, explained the political impact. This aggression has changed the geopolitical context in our neighborhood and of our Eastern Partnership activities. But it makes it even more important that a successful cooperation in the region takes place. And I believe the priorities that I have outlined previously, that were confirmed by the foreign ministers last December, will help us to address this challenge posed by the Russian aggression against Ukraine. And Euronest, the discussions that we have here, that you have here, will play a very important role in implementing this agenda. We need the support of parliaments for this. We as a sort of executive branch, and Euronest plays a very important role in discussing this and facilitating this. It's a strong signal to the Kremlin that the Eastern partners and the EU continue their cooperation also in a regional framework and not only in bilateral contexts. But let me also say a few words about the bilateral dimension of our relationships. As I said, support to Ukraine remains the priority in all aspects, from security to economic to political. Our relations with Ukraine, but also with the Republic of Moldova and Georgia, have entered a new historic phase. We will work together towards the membership path, using all instruments and tools available. This can and should be done in parallel and be complementary with the continuation of regional cooperation within the Eastern Partnership. Meetings like this, I think, can also promote support for the bilateral relations for the membership path, and I think the speakers have referred to this. It's useful in both the regional and bilateral issues. We will continue to attach high importance to our relations with Armenia and Azerbaijan. The full entry into force of the EU-Armenia Comprehensive and Enhanced Partnership Agreement in March 2021 was a significant milestone, reconfirmed by the Partnership Council in May 2022. With Azerbaijan, we are intensifying our energy cooperation with the recent signature of a Memorandum of Understanding. We are negotiating with Azerbaijan a new framework agreement designed to enhance the political dialogue, trade, economic diversification, and sectoral cooperation. The EU is committed to continuing to act as a facilitator between Armenia and Azerbaijan to help achieve the common goal of a South Caucasus that is secure, prosperous, and at peace for the benefits of its people. Belarus is Russia's accomplice in the invasion of Ukraine. We cease cooperation with Belarusian authorities, but the EU remains committed to support the Belarusian people. The country remains a vital part of the European neighborhood, and we continue supporting civil society inside and outside the country. So thank you very much for your attention, and thanks again for the invitation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Oyer, for your warm words. And it is my pleasure to invite with the address Mr. Gert Jan Koopman, Director General of the European Commission's DG NEAR, on behalf of Mr. Oliver Varhey, European Commissioner for Neighborhood and Enlargement. It is a video message, so I'm inviting our Secretariat to connect the video message.
Mr. Chairman, honourable members of Euronest, ladies and gentlemen, in a year that has fundamentally changed the geopolitical landscape in Europe, one thing has remained constant: the unity and determination of our support for Ukraine on all fronts: humanitarian, economic, political, diplomatic and military. We can be proud of our efforts, but of course our work is far from done. The Ukrainian people is still fighting for survival every single day, and we will continue to stand by them until the war is won. As Russia brought back war to the continent, Ukraine, Moldova and Georgia made a clear European choice. I'm proud of that historic decision to make them enlargement countries. The future of these countries is in the EU. As regards Belarus, we are strongly committed to supporting the democratic forces, civil society and independent media. We also continue to give our full support to the efforts to bring a lasting peace between Armenia and Azerbaijan. 2022 was a difficult year, but it showed us the importance of international partnerships. This is reflected in the clear message from member states and partners. The Eastern Partnership remains alive and relevant. We've heard calls for a more flexible, streamlined and focused partnership, but our shared focus on recovery, resilience and reforms have stood the test of time, and many shared challenges and common interests continue to bind our Eastern partners together. The economic and investment plan will be crucial in this context, and it is already delivering on the ground. Over 2.95 billion euros has been mobilized, with 2 billion euros directly supporting the country flagships. We're now working hard on making the recalibrated Eastern Partnership a reality. I look forward to continuing to deliver real benefits for citizens across the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So the next address is according to the agenda done by Mr. Alen Simonian, Speaker of the National Assembly of the Republic of Armenia. We have a video message registered, so please connect the video message.
Our people and contributing next Parliamentary Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to send this video message to the plenary session of the Euronest Parliamentary Assembly. Over the years, the Eastern Partnership has contributed to Armenia's journey toward democracy. The Eastern Partnership has also been one of the main platforms for dialogue between Armenia and the European Union. And today, Armenia reaffirms its devotion to our common values and commitment to our shared objectives. The comprehensive and enlarged partnership agreement signed between Armenia and the European Union was an important milestone, and fulfilling it is vital for us. It is a cardinal agreement that guides our cooperation in strengthening our democracy and democratic institutions. Consolidating the rule of law, protecting human rights, fighting corruption, as well as creating jobs and business opportunities for our people and contributing to cleaner environment. Armenia has made significant progress in all these areas, especially in the past few years, and we highly appreciate the Eastern Partnership's invaluable role in Armenia's reform agenda, which we hope will continue. Yet, the road to a robust democracy and prosperity for our people is long. I would like to express my deep gratitude to the European Parliament for the urgency with which it has debated and adopted resolutions in the course of the past 2 years on such issues as the Armenian prisoners of war, the destruction of cultural heritage, and most recently the humanitarian consequences of a blockade in Nagorno-Karabakh. I hail the Parliament's condemnation of Azerbaijan's illegal blockade of Lachin Corridor and calls for its immediate reopening. It is through a strong and targeted international response that crises like the blockade of Lachin Corridor can be addressed and countries can be impelled to adhere to their commitments. Dear colleagues, the world has become ever more turbulent, full of new challenges and instability. In the region of South Caucasus, we too face these challenges. For more than 2 months, Azerbaijan has been blocking the Lachin Corridor, the only road connecting Nagorno-Karabakh to Armenia and the world. This has deprived the 120,000 people of Nagorno-Karabakh of access to basic essentials and services. In severe winter temperatures, people in Nagorno-Karabakh are left without medicine, food, and gas. The humanitarian situation is worsening day by day, and it is imperative to unblock the Lachin Corridor and restore the regular flow of people, goods, and services in both ways immediately. The blockade of Lachin Corridor is a gross violation of trilateral statement of November 9, 2020, which states that the Republic of Azerbaijan shall guarantee the safe movement of citizens, vehicles, and cargo in both directions along the Lachin Corridor. Dear colleagues, despite all the challenges, Armenia remains committed to the peace in the South Caucasus. We hope that Azerbaijan too will align its rhetoric and actions with its state aim of peace and cooperation in our region. Availing myself of this opportunity, I would also like to express Armenia's appreciation for the European Council's decision to establish a civilian European Union mission in Armenia under the Common Security and Defense Policy with the objective of contributing to stability in border areas of Armenia, building confidence on the ground and ensuring an environment conducive to the normalization efforts between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Armenia will do everything in its power to ensure that these efforts come to fruition to the form of lasting peace and security in the South Caucasus. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for your address, and the last address. The last address is included in our agenda by Mrs. Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, Democratic Representative of Belarus. We were supposed to connect Svetlana by video conference, but she could not succeed to connect to the assembly, so we will not have this message. So allow me to close the plenary session of today's Euronest Parliamentary Assembly. Wish us all very active discussions in the afternoon on the future of the Eastern Partnership, and invite you to lunch break until 2 o'clock. Bon appétit. Yeah, so the lunch will be served starting from 12 o'clock. So I have some free time to enjoy before the lunch.
Dear colleagues, we are starting our after-lunch session. There are great news. President Biden in Kiev, so congratulations to... Sorry? In Kiev. Yeah, so congratulations to our Ukrainian friends, and also that's great news for all of us. I don't know who can tell. Can we expect maybe President Biden from Kiev will land in Chisinau, you know, or we can send an invitation, you know, to stop here. But, okay, good. Those are great news. And another great news is that technical problems are resolved, and now we can have another president elected but denied, stolen elections and so on. So Svetlana Tikhanovskaya will be with us together. So if our technicians can bring the picture, that would be great. And we congratulate Svetlana Tikhanovskaya really from all our heart. Oh.
Thank you, Andrius. Thank you.
Pleasure to see you.
The same as me. So, dear co-chairs, European parliamentarians, colleagues from Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan, my dear friends, I'm really honored to speak at the Euronest Parliamentary Assembly on behalf of the Belarusian people. And I'm happy to see here the Belarus delegation, not Lukashenko's regime cronies, but those representatives who fearlessly fight for freedom in our country. We really hope that the Parliamentary Assembly of Euronest will formalize the participation of the Belarusian democratic forces and political parties. The 10 seats reserved for Belarus shouldn't be empty. The voice of Belarusians must be heard. So let me use this opportunity to thank the president of the Euronest PA, Andrius Kubilius. Thank you for your efforts to strengthen interparliamentary cooperation within Eastern Partnership countries and to keep Belarus high on the agenda. Let me also thank Jozas Oleksas, who is heading the group for relations with Belarus in the European Parliament. 3 years of my political life shows that parliamentarians are braver and faster in non-conventional situations, and Belarus is precisely such case. Therefore, we decided to strengthen our cooperation with parliaments of like-minded countries. We started to form the parliamentary groups for democratic Belarus in national parliaments. And such groups already exist in 15 parliaments and have united over 200 parliamentarians, including those from Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. Last year alone, these groups passed more than 20 resolutions on the situation in Belarus and Ukraine, condemning repression, recognizing Lukashenko's KGB as the terrorist organization, and calling for a special tribunal against the regime. So I want to say special thanks to the leaders of these groups. Thank you for supporting Belarusian political prisoners and refugees, as well as organizing internships for young Belarusians. I would like to use this opportunity to address the parliamentarians of Armenia and Azerbaijan. We would like to establish more cooperation with you and your parliaments. So let's start talking to each other now. My advisor on parliamentary cooperation, Anatoly Lebedko, is now in Chisinau and is ready for dialogue. So, dear friends, today Belarusians are dealing with a dual crisis. On one hand, the collapse of democracy and human rights. On the other hand, threat to the existence of our state. Repressions are raging in Belarus while the regime is giving away our sovereignty and destroying national identity to satisfy Kremlin's demands. It's evident that Lukashenko has done everything Putin wanted him to do in the aggression against Ukraine, and he must bear full responsibility for crimes committed by Russia in Ukraine. But sometimes I hear voices that Lukashenko is a victim and must be saved. So let's not be naive. As Lukashenko is ruling in Minsk, there will be a constant threat to Ukraine and entire Europe. Dramatic events of 2020 and 2022 have changed Belarusian society forever. In 2020, when protests have started, there were no geopolicy at all. However, since 2020, pro-European moods are constantly growing among ordinary Belarusians. People don't want to be affiliated with the aggressor, but with Europe. Pro-European aspirations of Belarusians must be supported, and we really hope that Europe will keep the door open for Belarusian people. So we don't speak now about their membership in the European Union. We speak about interparliamentary cooperation, projects within Eastern Partnership, participation of democratic Belarus in the international events and fora. We want to be a reliable partner and neighbor, and we don't have other future than future in Europe. So we see that the regime in Minsk is trying to isolate Belarus and disrupt any links between Belarusians and the European Union. And Eastern Partnership is one of a very few places where we can meet and work together. And I wish the Eastern Partnership be not just a formal platform, but also able to deliver real results. I wish the Eastern Partnership to help us to promote democratic values and defend human rights. I see that the war in Ukraine pushed all other issues aside, and we fully understand it. While Russia is conducting atrocities in Bucha and Irpin, the regime of Lukashenko is running terror against people. Up to 5,000 Belarus are behind bars for political reasons, and this number is growing daily. So I want all of us not to ignore the issue of human rights and make all possible to release political prisoners in Belarus and other countries as well. I also ask you to express international solidarity with political parties in Belarus. Since 2020, the regime liquidated about 1,800 NGOs and civil initiatives. Now it is in the process of liquidating political parties. Lukashenko is trying to restore the Soviet system with only one loyal party like KPSS or Communist Party and its branches. So party pluralism is the essential part of democracy and must be preserved and protected. So dear friends, let me once again thank you for organizing this meeting, for your readiness to defend democratic values and peace on the European continent together with us. I believe that free Belarus will be the best support for the victory of Ukraine, the strongest sanction for Putin's Russia, and of course, a favorable partner to Europe. So I want to emphasize that the struggle for democracy in Belarus is not just a struggle for our own country, but it is a struggle for the values that Europe stands for. We believe in the power of democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. We are fighting for a free and independent Belarus with functional democratic institutions and accountable government. We are now on a difficult path to freedom, but I'm happy that we have such allies on this path as you. Thank you.
Well, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Madam President Svetlana Tikhanovskaya. Живе Belarus, and we shall fight for your freedom as we were fighting for our freedom. Thanks a lot. And good luck.
Вечно. Thank you.
Good. Now, dear colleagues, we are moving into our, ordinary business agenda. And I will start from some procedural issues to be resolved. First of all, we need, as you know, interpretation is provided in English, German, French, Romanian, and Russian. So who needs that, please use interpretation services. Second, we need to adopt our draft agenda. According to Article 4 of the Rules of Procedure, the draft agenda has been drawn by the Bureau we agreed this morning on the last, let's say, adoptions of that agenda. If there are no objections, we can have agenda adopted. I do not see anybody raising any kind of additional issues, so then we consider that our agenda is adopted. And the second procedural thing is to approve minutes of the 9th ordinary session, which we have held on 20th of April last year in Brussels on a remote mode. So again, according to our rules of procedure, the draft has been prepared by Secretariat of European Parliament. The draft minutes have been distributed, and if no remarks will be received by Secretariat till tomorrow, 21st of February, till 10 o'clock in the morning, they will be considered as approved. That is our procedure. So if there are no any more questions on those procedural things, so we are moving into our key debate, which will be opened by several statements requested or let's say planned in advance, and then open discussion for everybody. That is what we shall arrange a little bit later. And I would remind that key debate is on very important topic, what future for Eastern Partnership policy in the aftermath of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, new regional security context, challenges and opportunities. It has three topics in one title, future of Eastern Partnership policy, war and security. So that's what we need to keep in mind. And if Ina will allow me, I will make some opening remarks on that topic. Okay, I will go. Well, dear colleagues, really I would like to share some thoughts about this very important topic, because definitely we all understand that there are a lot of changes going on during the last year in Eastern Partnership region. Some of them because of the Russia's war against Ukraine, some of them because Ukraine, Moldova, and hopefully Georgia are becoming candidate countries. And since Ukraine and two other countries became accession countries, or will soon become engaged in intensive accession negotiations, my question is, or remark is that they can lose their interest in more general Eastern Partnership activities. That is the reason why we need to raise the question, what is the future of Eastern Partnership policy when some accession countries will be very much engaged into negotiations, and how to keep this policy, Eastern Partnership policy, attractive to all the participants in the neighborhood of EU and to European Union itself. And we need to suggest an answer to such a strategic question. As you can see, we put this question into the title of our key debate. That is why we did it, because we want really broad and substantial discussions on those issues. We agreed in political committee that it will be also the topic for next committee report, the same title. We shall discuss that report in our next session, which we shall have in Brussels on January next year. That is a Bureau agreement to organize such a session before elections to European Parliament, and because really things are very important what are happening in Eastern Partnership region. And also you perhaps know, or you should be informed that Euronest Bureau earlier asked all the delegations to draft their vision of Eastern Partnership policy as some kind of informal papers. And thanks to all the delegations, I would like to thank to all the delegations which presented their ideas. Really, it's a good material for our discussion and for our thoughts, and also for the forthcoming committee report. I will try to describe some of my own ideas, how I see we can achieve such a goal to keep importance of Eastern Partnership policy for all the partners and European Union itself. I think that European Union and its partners in the region, Eastern Partnership countries, we need to agree on clear philosophy of this European Union strategic policy, on the most important long-term strategic goals which this policy is aimed to achieve, and on the measures which would keep the trust among all the partners in the effectiveness of this policy instrument. The strategic philosophy of Eastern Partnership policy should come from very simple basic assumption. Peace on the European continent depends on the spread of democracy through all the European continent. From Lisbon, I would call not to Vladivostok, but at least to Ural Mountains. Stability and security on the European continent depends on success of implementation of the well-known formula, Europe whole, free, and at peace, which means that only free or able to enjoy freedoms of democracy countries will be able to enjoy also long-standing peace. This is why Eastern Partnership policy is a policy for sustainable peace on the European continent. That is the significance of that policy. The Russian war of aggression demands from us bold vision and ambitious approach in those new circumstances. The European Union, with its Eastern Partnership strategy, needs to be ready for an opening of window of new opportunities, for the new wave of democratization in its neighborhood, like it had happened with the third wave of democratization in Central Europe at the beginning of the 1990s. In order to be ready for such a window of opportunity in a large and diverse post-Soviet region, the European Union needs without delay to come back to an ambitious strategic approach that only evolving integration with the EU, with the final stage of full membership in the EU, creates conditions for the countries in the post-Soviet region to become successful and stable democracies. In order in the future to have Eastern Partnership policy adapted to such big strategic tasks, this policy needs to deliver clear, promised results in the nearest future in order to keep authority of this policy and trust in this policy, in the whole region. I would again stress the word trust. Ukraine and Moldova in this year needs to get the start of negotiations for accession in order both to keep their presence in EAP in Eastern Partnership frameworks and also to show to all other participants of Eastern Partnership policy that the EU became serious, ambitious, and effective in implementation of its Eastern Partnership policy. And I hope that Georgia very soon will follow the same way. Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, together with the countries of Western Balkan region, need to become members of single market. I would call in 2027. I see it as very realistic. And full members of EU in 2029. I repeat the same date. That is European Parliament position to implement integration with a full membership for accession countries till the end of this decade. I would remind that our negotiations, Lithuanian negotiations, back in the 1990s, was 3 years of negotiations. Poland, which was bigger country, more issues, negotiations were going for 4 years. We have Petras Auštrevičius, our chief negotiator at that time. He can, tell a lot of details from that experience. Eastern Partnership policy, we have added value also for Armenia and Azerbaijan. If the EU will be instrumental in achieving 3 most important goals for both countries, that's my opinion. First of all, peace agreement. Second, security, European security guarantees, especially I think that Armenia needs some of those guarantees, and economic development. I'm always speaking about, example of Abraham Accords, which were, signed in between of Israel and some Arab countries in order really to show, dividends of the peace. So that is what we need to have in mind also, and to help, South Caucasus countries to achieve the same outcome. After Ukraine will achieve military victory against authoritarian Russia, big changes will come to Belarus. Maybe even earlier, but especially after the victory, I think that those changes will come to Belarus definitely. That is why inside of Eastern Partnership framework, there is a need immediately to create a special platform for partnership with democratic Belarus in order to have regular EU summits with the transitional cabinet of Svetlana Tsikhanovskaya. Such a special Eastern Partnership platform can be started now. We are very happy that there is a big delegation from Belarusian Democratic Forces with special arrangements which could be implemented by European Parliament. Eastern Partnership policy instruments should be used also as a special platform, specific platform, not to mix with what we are doing here, to engage with the democratic Russian opposition, especially with those representatives who have run away from Kremlin persecutions and have established themselves inside of EU. And the last point, since Russia is losing its influence in different regions, European Union should offer more ambitious policy of partnership in Central Asia. Such a partnership can become a special track in the broader strategy of Eastern Partnership policy. So that is how European Union Eastern Partnership policy can have an ambitious future. I was trying to describe some features of that possibility, which we will discuss in today's discussion and in preparation of committee report. But I would again conclude with very simple words. Eastern Partnership policy is, at least from my point of view, is the most important geopolitical policy of EU, at least for time being, during this war. And the EU has a possibility and the need to show that it can change, it can take strategic responsibility for its own neighborhood. And that is what, EU is able to do. All of us, together, we are able to do, but that will demand a lot of work for us to do in the nearest future. Thanks a lot to everybody. And now the floor goes to Ina Kocharo, our co-chair. Please, Ina, floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I will try to be brief and to bring into further discussion by all the partner countries and by the members of the European Parliament of the next ideas and thoughts which we generated together with the Ministry of External Affairs, Foreign Affairs and European Integration here in Moldova. So as I was referring earlier in my speech, the Eastern Partnership is to be rethought and recalibrated in light of the new status of the Republic of Moldova, Ukraine and Georgia, where the Republic of Moldova and Ukraine were granted the status of the candidate countries to the EU, and Georgia was given the European perspective to the EU. In December 2021, the Eastern Partnership Summit was focused on the post-2020 priorities. However, offering the candidate status for several Eastern Partnership countries and the recognition of the European perspective of Georgia, as well as multi-dimensional impact of the war in Ukraine, again requires the adjustment of the Eastern Partnership to the new realities. No later than starting with the next EU financial cycle. In 2028, the Republic of Moldova, Georgia and Ukraine are to switch from the financial instruments of Eastern Partnership, from the Neighborhood Development and Cooperation and International Cooperation Instrument, NDICI, to pre-accession financial instruments and instruments for pre-accession assistance, IPA funds. We are interested in a well-oriented transition, which would allow for the implementation of the relevant bilateral and multilateral projects already launched in our region or in the process of being launched within the framework of the Eastern Partnership Initiative, including the economic and investment plan for our region. The Republic of Moldova does not intend to give up the trio associate format, which was formed earlier by the three countries Ukraine, Georgia, and Republic of Moldova. It was created in 2021. So the given initiative can be used in the future to provide added value for the promotion of specific topics which are included in the association agreements and in the DCFTA instrument of accessing the EU markets with the products produced in our free countries. So if to speak about the economic and investment plans in the Eastern Partnership region, I would provide 5 examples which the Republic of Moldova implemented in the past, and particularly supporting small and medium-sized enterprises, construction of a cargo terminal in Chișinău, expansion and repair of heating systems and residential buildings in Chișinău and in Belts municipalities, the integration of the Republic of Moldova into the European Transport Network, TNT, and implementing and promoting this agenda in other Eastern Partnership countries, the modernization of school infrastructure and implementation of national strategies in the field of education. Also within the framework of Eastern Partnership Initiative, the realization of the regional financial programs approved until 2021 continues. One of the projects carried out within such programs represented the reconstruction of one of the important border crossing points, Palanca, between Moldova and Ukraine. So therefore, the Republic of Moldova advocates for the effective use of Eastern Partnership Initiative for the purposes of accession until the end of the current financial cycle of the European Union until 2027, starting with the new financial cycle of the EU. In 2028, the Republic of Moldova will only be a part of the EU enlargement policy and will no longer be a part of the neighborhood policy. No later than 2028, the financial funds of the EU dedicated to the Republic of Moldova and to Ukraine will be integrated into the EU pre-accession instruments. This process should already start at the level of preparation of the next financial cycle of the European Union in 2025-2026. Otherwise, there are risks of treating the Republic of Moldova, Georgia, and Ukraine as some of the Western Balkans or Turkey. And still, the Western Balkans and Turkey are covered by the EU neighborhood policy. The European Commission in principle recognizes the position, which corresponds to the EU rules. And here I fully agree with Andrius on the timetable which Andrius proposed earlier on Republic of Moldova, Ukraine, and Georgia becoming full members of the European Union in 2029. This means that immediate negotiations need to be launched this year for Ukraine and for the Republic of Moldova. With the speedy process and granting of the EU candidate status to Georgia as well in the nearest future. And I think that keeping the Eastern Partnership format for the next years is extremely important for our countries because we need to stay together and work on our common agenda of assuring the peace in the region, increasing security, and working on the risks we are discussing together, which are harming the security in our region. Working together on projects on energy sector resilience and implement projects, joint projects to build democratic societies in our countries. So these would be the proposals I would take on for further discussion with colleagues during this session, which is dedicated to formulating our proposals for the future of the Eastern Partnership Initiative. Thank you very much, and looking forward to debating on this issue and having interesting proposals. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Ina. Thanks a lot. Now, before we shall move to next speakers, which we have 5 prearranged speakers, I would make one technical remark. Then we shall have, we have the time for debates till 7 with coffee break. So we have almost 4 hours for the discussion. It would be good, well, as I understood, agreement is something like we are calling in European Parliament catch the eye. So now you need to maybe to do in such a way, to show that you will like to speak during this debate. So I hope that Secretariat will catch all your names, and so then we shall go, in the debate, knowing a little bit, at least the number of the speakers, in order maybe not to be so strict on 2 minutes, regulation. So please think about your wish to speak, and in advance you can show, but keep it a little bit, keep it for some time in order for us, for Secretariat to see all the names. So now it's, again, we are moving to next speaker, which will give us a video message, and that will be Mr. Paruir Hovhannisyan, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Armenia. If we can see that message, it would be good.
Dear parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I'm pleased for this opportunity to send a message on Armenia's vision on the future of the Eastern Partnership. Although last year, when we were hosting the Euronest Parliamentary Assembly Bureau and Standing Committees meetings in Yerevan, the geopolitical situation was quite different. Nevertheless, most of the Eastern partners had already been facing serious challenges, causing further complications in the preservation of this format. Today, the challenges we are facing are even more diverse. We have to deal with serious situations of humanitarian crisis, when thousands of people can be simply cut from their connection with the rest of the world. As you may know today, the most urgent and pressing issue before us is the unfolding humanitarian crisis in Nagorno-Karabakh. Since December 12 last year, a group of Azerbaijanis have blocked the Lachin corridor, the only road connecting Nagorno-Karabakh to Armenia and the rest of the world. With this action, 120,000 people in Nagorno-Karabakh appeared in isolation. The situation in the Lachin corridor remains unchanged. For 2 months now, the people of Nagorno-Karabakh remain under factual siege. After around 8 weeks of the blockade, there is a severe shortage of all essential goods. Despite those challenges and uncertainties, we remain convinced that under the current situation in the region, the imperative of strengthening resilience of our countries and societies is even more urgent. In this regard, the Eastern Partnership and its post-2020 agenda have a key role to play. We also believe that as far as Europe is concerned, security cannot be comprehensive without respect of human rights and democracy. In a world where democracy faces stiff competition from autocratism, too few countries are moving in the right direction. Armenia is in this short list, and it is not without the support of the European Union, just the opposite. The European Union not only remains Armenia's primary partner in promoting the institution building and supporting our reform agenda, but also, in general, the Armenia-EU partnership is being enhanced with new dimensions. The participation in the Eastern Partnership has also played an important positive role in this regard, in particular in advancement of the institutional reforms in Armenia, and contributed immensely to the democratic transition of some of the EAP countries, specifically of Armenia. Given the mentioned factors, we are convinced that the format should continue operating, should not be replaced by other initiatives or limit the possibility of engagement in other formats. Dear colleagues, using this opportunity, I would like to convey our words of gratitude to the European Parliament for all the unambiguous statements and resolutions related to Armenia and Nagorno-Karabakh, as well as to the European Union for the decision on the deployment of the EU civilian mission in Armenia. It can play an important role in enhancing the human security on the ground and further contribute to stabilization of the overall situation. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Now it's my pleasure to give the floor and to invite Anatoly Lebedska, Mrs. Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, advisor for constitutional reforms and relations with the Parliament. Anatoly, you can come here. Вы можете отсюда или? Нет, ну.
No, I find it more comfortable to be here. First of all, let me thank the Euronest Parliamentary Assembly. For us, as representatives of the Belarusian democratic community, the Euronest serves as an excellent platform. Here, I would like to focus on what our President-elect said earlier. Madam Tikhanovskaya emphasized that we need to see Belarus's allocated 10 seats unfrozen so that we could not just come to the Assembly and participate in its work. It would be important for us to have a genuinely legal status within the PA. Potentially, it could be some sort of a monitoring or an observer status or a special invitee. This would go a long way to support democracy in Belarus. In terms of our potential cooperation, I would like to take this opportunity, given the presence of the members of the European Parliament, to share the following proposal with you. We think it will be important to draw an agreement between the democratic forces in Belarus and the European Parliament on cooperation to give us a legal foundation to launch various cooperative projects. Our plan is to conduct a Kalinovsky conference in the European Parliament. That conference took place last year and it was quite a success. This year we are hoping to conduct 2 Kalinovsky conferences. It's an important international event. The first one will commemorate the Belarusian Day of Freedom in Washington. It will be supported by the US Congress. And the second event we are hoping to conduct in the European Parliament. I certainly hope we could discuss such a potential agreement between the Belarusian democratic forces and the European Parliament. Another venue for cooperation that we continue to appreciate are contacts and communications with the so-called groups for a democratic Belarus. They have been set up in 19 countries. The first group goes back some 20 years. One of the MPs, Rasa Yukhnevichin, was the first chair of that group. I would like to commend our Lithuanian friends. Just imagine 20 years ago, or when the so-called Realpolitik was popular and everybody wanted to cooperate with Lukashenko, there was a faction within the Lithuanian parliament that had a different point of view, that was looking for predictable relations with the Belarusian civil society, that was reluctant to allow an aging dictator to enjoy a matchbox that he could use to set up fire both to his own house and to the rest of Europe. Such groups are very important for us, and We appreciate them as much as we appreciate the groups for our collaboration with Ukrainian friends. Those support Belarus groups are also important for our volunteers in combat in Ukraine. They could serve as platforms to deal with lots of other issues. I also want to commend our Moldovan friends who established a similar group despite the protests from both the government of Belarus and the ambassador here. It was just earlier this morning that we had a meeting in the Parliament here discussing venues for potential cooperation. And while being here, I would also like to address some parliamentarians from both Azerbaijan and Armenia. We are open to consultations, and we're confident that the meetings here are a great opportunity for us to launch discussions with you. As to the Eastern Partnership, Madam Tikhanovska's office certainly supports the partnership. It is a way for us to focus on the European Union. It's extremely vital, and we stand ready to engage in debates and offer our vision of what else we could do. A short list of our proposals is available, and once again, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak here at this platform. I'm confident the time will come for Belarus. We'll have to catch up with the Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, but I'm confident we can do it very fast. Thank you.
Спасибо, Анатолий.
Thank you, Anatoly. The Belarusian Democratic Opposition colleagues are always welcome to continue participating in our discussions.
Now, it's my pleasure to give the floor to Nicolas Tsendrovich, Deputy Head of Unit, European Commission, DG NEAR. And as I understand, promise on the dates will be given. Okay.
Mr. Kubilius, Ms. Koscheru, thank you very much for giving the floor from the European Commission on this interesting and timely discussion. I think several of us were present at the last meeting of the Euronest Parliamentary Assembly just days before the brutal Russian war of aggression started in February last year in Yerevan, and to say the least, the year has been tumultuous, and we have had to adapt continuously given the rapidly evolving geopolitical landscape. I think we can be proud of the efforts. Together, the EU and its member states have made close to 50 billion euros worth of financial, humanitarian, and military assistance available to Ukraine. And we have shown that where there is political will, the EU is more than able to act. However, our work is far from over, and the Ukrainian people is still fighting for survival every single day. We will continue to stand by them until the war is over, and we also thank the Ukrainian people for their sacrifice, which they are making also on behalf of the EU and its values. That said, the Eastern Partnership is adapting. Our regional programs continue on the ground despite the ongoing war, and that includes in areas such as energy and cybersecurity, the fight against disinformation, and democratic consolidation. And in fact, quite a large number of these programs were repurposed to support emergency needs in Ukraine and Moldova. And through these programs, we were able to be present on the ground only days after the war broke out, with essential supplies of medicine, food, shelter, electricity generators, ambulances, and more. The war, however, has raised questions about the future of the Eastern Partnership, which we're hearing today, and as has the fact that 3 of the Eastern partners have moved into a different category of their relations with the EU. And when we asked the Eastern partners and our member states what they expect of the Eastern Partnership, we got a number of clear answers. That the Eastern Partnership will remain a key framework for our engagement with the region and our work on priorities such as the green and digital transitions, connectivity, economic resilience, cybersecurity, and much more. Russia's war and the decision to make Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine enlargement countries undeniably changed the dynamics of the region and our bilateral relationships with these three countries. However, we do not see that there is an incompatibility between the Eastern Partnership as a regional forum and the bilateral relations between those countries and the EU, even if we understand that Moldova, Ukraine, and Georgia are going to give a lot more prominence to those bilateral relations. The EU offers a value which EU enlargement policy does not, and vice versa. Let's think about what would the situation be if the Eastern Partnership did not exist. Firstly, we would leave a dangerous vacuum in the region at a time when our partners need more support and not less. We would give up a valuable framework for the reconciliation efforts in Armenia and Azerbaijan. The Eastern Partnership is a framework which brings the two countries together under the same umbrella and is also the only framework for engagement with civil society and youth in Belarus. We would no longer have a coherent policy framework for our regional assistance program, as well as the economic and investment plan, which Mrs. Cochero, you mentioned earlier on today. However, that said, it will not be business as usual, and we've taken note with a lot of great interest all the suggestions about the future of the Eastern Partnership coming from the countries as well as the political groups of the European Parliament. Just as there is a clear demand for the Eastern Partnership to continue, there is a clear demand for us also to recalibrate it so that it fits the new geopolitical reality. In practice, this means a more streamlined partnership with a lighter architecture, a more flexible setup in which we can discuss genuine cross-border issues and which will also put an added emphasis on bilateral relations. We see this as a partnership which can allow us to explore cooperation with other regions, such as Central Asia, Mr. Kubilius, you mentioned this, or the Western Balkans. So we still firmly believe in the European Commission that there is a lot of partnership potential for regional cooperation in areas such as transport, in security, including cybercrime, and in some of the technical measures such as extending the EU's roaming area and developing a resilient digital infrastructure. So in conclusion, there is still quite a lot that the Eastern Partnership can still do to boost the resilience of the region, to help aspiring new members on their path to accession. Mr. Kubilius, I take note of your request for a very tight timetable in that respect, and also to contribute to sustainable peace in the South Caucasus. Just one word on the where we're engaging financially on the economic and investment plan, which will be crucial in this context, particularly in developing connectivity links within the region. This economic and investment plan is already delivering on the ground. We have mobilized just short of 3 billion euros, and 2 billion of those is directly supporting the country flagships. So in close consultation with Commission services, member states and partners, and that includes the contributions which we have received also from the Parliament, we are now turning to operationalizing and implementing of the recalibrated Eastern Partnership. So I'm confident that we will now see an uptick in the regional activity again and working in those areas where there is an added value to citizens across the region. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot to Commission representative. And now we are moving into our debate. And our speakers, whom we asked from think tanks, they will join a little bit later because we are so quick in our discussion that we are moving very rapidly. So now, the first speaker in our list from members of Assembly is Maria Karapetyan. Then second will be Petros Auštrevičius. Maria, please, floor is yours. 3 minutes, and then we shall start to regulate, but politely.
Thank you, Mr. Co-President. Dear colleagues, speaking about the future of the Eastern Partnership policy, we first need to acknowledge that the Eastern Partnership has served as a vehicle for the democratic transition of some of the Eastern Partnership countries. And in the case of Armenia, it has contributed immensely to the advancement of the institutional reforms. Of course, the EU's investment in the democratic transformation of Armenia through the comprehensive and enhanced partnership agreement is also of paramount importance. In recent years, Armenia has advanced significantly in terms of rule of law and good governance. One indicator of this is the 2021 Eastern Partnership Civil Society Index, where Armenia rose to the top in the domain of deep and sustainable democracy. We believe that the Eastern Partnership should continue operating aimed at serving its ultimate goal, the democratization of the Eastern Partnership countries. And Armenia reiterates its strong commitment to continue this path and hopes for further support of its partners in the democratic club. The aspirations of the Armenian people for the future of Armenia have clearly been expressed in the 2021 parliamentary elections, strengthening of the rule of law internally and peace externally. In terms of the common goal of peace, we value extremely the recent decision by the Council of the European Union to establish a civilian mission in Armenia for a period of 2 years. The mission arrived in Armenia today. The stated aim of this mission is to contribute to stability in the border areas of Armenia, building confidence on the ground and ensuring an environment conducive to normalization efforts between Armenia and Azerbaijan supported by the EU. And while this continuous internal transformation of Armenia, democratic institution building is a very reachable goal, it is Armenia's external challenges where it needs more support on. Armenia lives in a difficult neighborhood. The Armenian people's dominant self-perception is that we belong to the democratic world. However, Armenia cannot change or fight against its own geography. Neither can it change the already inflicted historical legacies of the past empires. What it definitely can do is keep its commitment to an internal democratic order deriving from the will of the Armenian people, while exerting maximum effort to keep good neighborly relations and cooperation with its friendly neighbors and work towards normalization of relations with its aggressive neighbors, with an implicit hope that they will too take a democratic turn sometime in the future as well. Coming into a very specific question, how can the EU's Eastern Partnership policy and the policy in particular towards Armenia and Azerbaijan contribute to security, peace, and democracy in our region? I need to state the following. First and foremost, Azerbaijan's energy resources and economic cooperation should not be leverage on the EU. The opposite. The EU should condition economic cooperation with a clear agenda of security, peace, and democratization for the South Caucasus. Secondly, the EU should be consistent in its position that long-lasting peace in the region is possible only in case of a comprehensive settlement addressing the rights and security of the Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh, with a strong presence and engagement of the international community. It is only this way that Armenia can stay out of the destructive dynamic into which Azerbaijan, supported by third countries, wants to drag Armenia into. To conclude with a positive message, let us express hope and commitment that amid the current security challenges, the Eastern Partnership policy can further serve the democratization of the South Caucasus, as well as help our countries in the path towards regional peace and security with a carefully tailored policy towards all EAP countries. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Maria. Now Petras Auštrevičius and then Toral Ganyaliev. We have 14 speakers, so I'm looking into the audience. Maybe some other will join also, but now Petras, please go on.
Thank you, Chair, for your generosity, allowing to speak for 3 minutes. I mean, we are usually for 1 minute and still have a message to deliver. Indeed, one might see Eastern Partnership as, a wish and a readiness of those countries, to get into the better system of the European Union. But I would see Eastern Partnership as a framework for enlarging pro-Western security, political and economic system, in which the West, European Union, must be interested first of all. So that's why, it's a kind of duality, remaining duality, which must be understood in a comprehensive way. It's not just an Eastern Partnership countries' wish and readiness. I think what was not probably the result awaited much, but for the time of being, Eastern Partnership initiative is really becoming a good example even for other regional cooperation systems, even for some countries which are very much the same as Western Balkans. I see a bit more even results coming up in Eastern Partnership countries than in the Western Balkan countries. Enlargement or accession and cooperation system we have with the Eastern Partnership is really more effective and more probably pragmatic and not so much extended in time-wise. Time doesn't solve itself an issue. Solutions in place, what is needed and adjusted to countries' needs. Which is amazingly interesting that integration of Eastern Partnership countries is most successful in very complicated areas like energy, which means that when integration is demand-driven, so it goes well. Those countries really realize the prospects and opportunities. So that's why, in this regard, I see a very good position for CSDP missions to be used more often and made kind of fitting to exactly to the situation as it might. On one thing, Chair, we probably should support Eastern Partnership countries even more. As you know, there is an initiative to have a public administration academy or institute in Kiev, and this is something which is really important. Leaders and executives from those countries should meet, talk, and create something. And finally, I see three probably risk zones for Eastern Partnership countries. We might see some political conditionality moving a bit slower and advancing slower and less effective in some Eastern Partnership countries. And let's admit there are issues which have to be addressed very urgently. So that's why, this kind of domestic driven political agenda is not under us, but those countries have to realize. Secondly, we might see external interferences, Russian and I don't know whom else. There are countries which don't see Eastern Partnership as a good example for them. And thirdly, there might be a lack of EU ambition. So that's why Eastern Euronest is a place, where we have to boost that ambitions and even your ambitious schedule for 27. It's a good example. Let's speak about 26, not 27. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Petras. Now, Toral Ganyaliev and then Marketa Grigorova.
Thank you, dear Chairperson, dear colleagues. With the signing of trilateral statement by the leaders of Azerbaijan, Russia, and Armenia on November 10, 2020, the conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan came to an end. Azerbaijan has now fully committed to eliminate the consequences of the past conflict. The normalization of Armenia-Azerbaijani relations with the ultimate goal of signing a peace treaty is being pursued. On this track, direct bilateral negotiations on different dimensions of interstate relations is the best way forward. We also value facilitating role of the third parties, including the EU Council President Charles Michel, for his efforts. We also would like to thank those delegations of the EU member states and Eastern Partnership countries who supported our efforts of achieving just and durable peace with Armenia in their statements today. We really appreciate this approach, and it is above time that Armenia reciprocated and agreed to sign a peace treaty proposed by Azerbaijan based on the norms and principles of international law. Compliance with international law and good neighborly relations are the main objectives to which Armenia should finally begin aspiring. Unfortunately, this session has been another missed opportunity for Armenia to embrace peace efforts in the region. Sadly, this platform was used another time by the Speaker of Armenian Parliament and his delegation to spread false accusations, distortions, deceptions, with the intention to cover up its continuous and systematic efforts with the aim to evade the implementation of its commitments and obligations under international law. In particular, the respect for sovereignty and territorial integrity of the states. Of particular concern is that Lachin Road is being misused by Armenia, not only for unlawful military activities, but also for trafficking of natural resources from the territories of Azerbaijan to Armenia. We would like to reiterate today that Azerbaijan has not put any restriction on the traffic along the Lachin Road. And news reports and videos disseminated through social media testify to the unhindered passage of the various kinds of vehicles along the road, including civilian and emergency vehicles and those of the International Red Committee. Just for your information, dear colleagues, Russian peacekeepers supplied 35 tons of humanitarian aid to Armenians in Karabakh region of Azerbaijan so far. The shipment was carried out through the Lachin Road. So, if road is closed as the Armenian speaker claims, let him explain us the passage of more than 2,500 vehicles via Lachin Road so far. I doubt that he can explain this, of course not. What has changed on the ground is that for more than 2 months now, the Lachin Road has stopped to be used for unauthorized purposes. Armenia has not been able to use the road for military purposes, including smuggling of deadly landmines, arms, and ammunition. Perhaps this is the reason which draws the anger of Armenian speaker and his delegation here. Is it because that they have been deprived of continuing their illegal activities that increase their concern so much? This begs a question. So we, as the Euronest Parliamentary Assembly, must send direct and clear message to Armenia to stop using the road for military purposes and smuggling natural resources of Azerbaijan. This is the only path forward, and of course I invite my Armenian colleagues to come to table, to sit and sign final peace treaty in order to end this escalation and animosity between our countries and nations. Thank you.
Good. So we shall continue all that discussion, sometimes emotional, but let's try to be diplomatic and polite. Of course, we are all humans and so on, so let's continue. Now, Marketa Grigorova, and then we shall have one of our experts from think tanks, Gerald Knaus from European Stability Initiative, who is really very well-known expert on enlargement. So, Marketa, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to speak here. Of course, given this topic, I do not want to take our eyes from the Eastern Partnership countries, but it is a reality that as long as there is Putin's regime, and expansionistic Russia, we will always also have to talk about Russia when talking about security of the Eastern Partnership region. And let me just remind a couple of things within the countries that we are today discussing. Georgia would not be occupied and potentially could be a member of NATO by now, if not for Russia. Moldova would probably not be separated from one of its regions. It wouldn't be in an energy crisis and fully dependent on one entity, if not for Russia. In Belarus, Lukashenko would, without Putin's money, not uphold his regime against the strong civil society which is still present there, and Belarusians would have democracy, if not for Russia. Armenia and Azerbaijan are seemingly not influenced by Putin. However, his presence in the region as someone who wants to help to bring peace is quite laughable, as he has no interest in stabilization of the region. And of course, Ukraine would not be forced into a horrible war. Ukrainians would not be dying and suffering currently, if not for Russia. And when I say Russia, of course, I mean Putin and his cronies. And I am the first one to support Russia's civil society, its opposition, who was looking with hope at a random blogger, Alexei Navalny, in 2011, and who was horrified by a murder of a hope of liberal voices in Russia, Boris Nemtsov, for instance. But I think there needs to be a proper discussion on how realistic is that a country of such size and potential economic power won't have an influence over its neighbors and their internal politics. Whomever is leading Russia, Putin or whomever else, will need to build relationships, but also form them. And do we want that? Or do we want for Eastern Partnership countries to be independent on that? Can they ever join the EU if Russia has a say in it? I don't think so. And that is why I think that Eastern Partnership should reform itself into a more coherent, stronger bloc. Take away their differences and become similar to the EU in some extent, where there are common rules, but also common benefits, so that it is strong enough to resist any external pressure. And currently, most of our Eastern neighbors are interested in walking the European path, which I am very grateful for, and I will fight for you to join us as long as I breathe. But I also want you to be independent on bigger, stronger actors and blocs if you democratically decide to do so. And for that, even we in the EU need to be respectful of their choices. I will leave it at that for now, and I hope we will have opportunities to work on this in the future. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Marketa. Now we will be joined by Gerald Knaus from Berlin or from Vienna. That is where think tank is working. And after that, Maka Bochioshvili. Maka, yeah, right here, okay. So, Gerald Knaus now.
Yes, hello everyone. I do not know if you can see. Yes, you seem to be able to see me.
Perfect.
I will also use a slide. I have prepared some slides, and I hope you can see that. Yes, does it work? Perfect. Well, let me just use my few minutes to make one very simple point that is, of course, most relevant to some of the countries in the Eastern Partnership, but in theory to all of them. The goal is to go back to the vision of the Treaty of Rome of 1957, which was started by just 6 countries in the west of Europe, of a Europe without barriers, and the vision of the Charter of Paris of 1990 at the end of the Cold War of a Europe of democracies. And so what I would like to say is what might happen in the next month that would transform the debate on both a Europe of democracies and a Europe without barriers as a realistic vision for the near future. At the moment, of course, we are facing an unprecedented war of conquest and attrition, of death and displacement, the biggest refugee displacement in Europe since the 1940s. And we're also facing an unprecedented effort to target democracies. Just in recent days, again, we've been reminded by politicians in Moldova of the attempts to use energy, disinformation, and physical force to undermine and target democratic governance. What is crucial now, of course, in the short term are weapons, funding, support for infrastructure, for energy, and to supporting refugees. But what is crucial beyond the short term is also a realistic vision of a different European future for this region, including Moldova, where you are meeting. And this is why I want to go back to something that President Zelensky has said a few months ago, that this winter should give a clear signal, that by the spring, it should be clear that the Eastern Partnership countries that are democracies and aspire to join the European Union will be fully on the path by opening negotiations. But what is now, at this moment, the mood in EU capitals? A lot of capitals, Paris, The Hague, Berlin, believe that giving candidate status to some countries, Moldova and Ukraine, and holding it out as a vision for Georgia is already a big enough step. As President Macron put it in June 2022, the geopolitical interest is to keep on offering a prospect to the countries, but a prospect is not actually a realistic path. Do I think, the French president asked, whether this is the right offer, the prospect of accession? He said no, and then added, it is a very long road to travel. And I find similar ambiguity in the messages from Berlin, where I am now. Yes, Chancellor Scholz has made some very clear statements that enlargement should be as quick as possible, that nobody should have or would have thought that it would take 20 years for the Balkans. It has to be fast now, as fast as possible. But what does this mean? In Prague, in August, Chancellor Scholz also said that we must first make the EU fit for enlargement, and that this might take a lot of time. This will take time, but time is something that democracies in the region at this moment of great uncertainty do not necessarily have. So what should happen in the near future? If we look to the Balkans, we have reason to be discouraged. Montenegro became a candidate in 2010, and it is still negotiating and only closed 3 of 33 chapters. Albania has been a candidate since 2014. No chapter has been closed. And North Macedonia has been a candidate since 2005, and no chapter has been closed. The length of accession talks has become ever longer. If we look at Latvia, Lithuania, and Slovakia, they completed from start to end of accession talks, the talks in 34 months. Croatia, the longest, took 68 months. Montenegro and Serbia, by last summer, already more than double the time. The mechanics of this process do not work. If we look closer at the Commission assessment of progress, which the Commission does for each of the chapters and areas that reforms need to be carried out, with grades from 1 to 5, we see that in the case of Montenegro, there has been almost no change in the last year since 2015. The same is true for Serbia. The same is true whether the chapters have been opened or closed. The accession process at the moment, because it offers no credible, reachable goal, because of the ambiguity in EU capitals, is not sufficiently motivating reforms. So how to turn this around this year? And what can parliamentarians from the different Euronest nations do? Well, insist that the process must be meritocratic. It must be up to the reformers in the countries, and it must have a reachable, clear target that depends only on the reforms. Focus on the breakthroughs, link it to economic interests, go back to the wisdom of the founders of European integration. And that means concretely, make the Commission assessments of where countries are the key to reaching a meaningful goal. Just a few weeks ago, for the first time, the Commission provided its assessments of where Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova stood on each of the chapters. This should be the key to progress. And the progress towards a meaningful goal must say what happens when countries reach a good standard of preparation in each of the chapters. Then we should now tell them in 2023, any country that reaches a good progress on the chapters and of course on the rule of law should be able to fully join the EU single market and enjoy the 4 freedoms already in the way Norway or Iceland do today, even if the EU has not fully reformed by then its own internal structures. This was, in fact, what a French Commission president offered in 1990. The 4 freedoms to European democracies, at that time, Austria, Finland, Sweden, and Norway. Freedom of movement for goods, people, services, and capital, to avoid the costs of leaving or being outside the single market, which have become so apparent in the case of the United Kingdom. This was the Finnish road to the EU. First join the single market, and then be fully ready to join the EU quickly thereafter. And this was the vision of the Treaty of Rome. In 1957, when the founders of Europe met, they declared that they wanted to ensure economic and social progress by common action to eliminate the barriers that divide Europe. The next barriers to be eliminated are with all democracies that wish to do so in the Eastern Partnership region. This is possible. As the Commission President Ursula von der Leyen put it in September of last year, the Commission wants to offer Ukraine seamless access to the single market. Of course, the same should be offered to Moldova or Georgia if they carry out the reforms. Our single market is Europe's greatest success. It is time to make it a story for Ukrainians as well, she said. Again, the same should be true for other democracies. And as President Zelensky put it also in September 2022, last year, the single market, Ukraine wants to be joining the single market on the path towards full EU membership, that this is very important. So here we would have a concrete path to break out of a process that has no longer the power to motivate because a credible, reachable goal has disappeared. Now, if Europe could resolve to do this, clarify this in 2023, it would go a big step towards a credible vision where one day all European democracies would be able to be part of a seamless single market with no barriers to people, services, goods, and capital. This is what reformers in Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia need. This would be a signal to the whole region, even beyond. And this would be good for everyone. Those who want to preserve the integrity of the European Union, those who worry about Russian disinformation and sabotage, and those who want to see the region offered a realistic vision for the near future. So the goal, opening talks with Ukraine and Moldova in 2023, but lock in a commitment of a merit-based process where these countries, once they meet the criteria, can then immediately enjoy the four freedoms, the single market, and the rule of law that is required for that. We've written on this, we advocate for this across Europe and in the region. And if you want to know more, here is our website where you find more details. And I hope this was a useful contribution to your debate. And I look forward to questions or discussion.
Okay, thanks a lot, Gerald. Thanks a lot very much. Really, as always, you are very convincing in your presentations. You know, I think that we can distribute maybe to all members of our assembly your presentation, and we shall send. It would be good to send this video to Commission and to capitals of member states. You know, and I hope that it would be very helpful. Thanks a lot, Gerald. We are, you know, moving ahead with other speakers. So thanks a lot. You know, and I hope that we shall have, you know, possibilities to discuss your ideas and our ideas, very common ideas, in some other opportunities, other seminars. And as always, it was a pleasure to have you with us. Now, the floor goes to Marka, and Marka Boshashvili, and then Dacian Cholos.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dear colleagues, Euronest Parliamentary Assembly is taking place in extremely difficult times, and discussions on Eastern Partnership are timely and vital for the future of Europe. Russia's brutal aggression against Ukraine made it clear that European security is impossible to ensure without peace and security in its eastern neighborhood. It's obvious that we need to have a comprehensive, renewed strategic vision followed by concrete actions in order to tackle the challenges and exploit opportunities. The Eastern Partnership policy, launched shortly after Russia's invasion and occupation of 20% of Georgian territories, did not prevent further aggression and violations of international law in our region. With this in mind, I would like to stress the need for strengthening the security dialogue and cooperation among EU and partner countries to tackle common and complex security issues together. Since 2009, the Eastern Partnership opened up wide-ranging integration opportunities for the neighboring countries. Ambitious association agreements, DCFTAs, visa-free travel brought tangible progress in creating stronger bonds with the European Union. After the historic decision of the European Council in June on opening the European perspective for Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, the EU enlargement process has become an integral part of the Eastern Partnership policy. It must be emphasized that a differentiated response from the European Union to these three membership applications leaves space for further interpretations that is neither necessary or useful. Georgia committed itself to implementation of 12 recommendations put forward by the European Commission, and after 6 months of tireless work, we can proudly say that we spared no efforts to address all the recommendations and already achieved tangible progress in different directions. Together with the 12 recommendations, we continue implementation of our association agenda and reforms that contribute to transformation of our country and make it more compatible to the European area. Progress achieved by Georgia on its European path is undeniable and has been proved by European Commission analytical reports as well. We expect the European Union to assess accordingly our efforts and to grant candidate status to Georgia in order to allow us to carry on our European journey together with Ukraine and Moldova without leaving space for unnecessary speculations. I strongly believe that the future vision for the Eastern Partnership cannot be separated from the future vision of European Union. We have to embark on a robust integration process as soon as possible, boost economic cooperation with successful implementation of economic and investment plans, and develop more connectivity projects that can serve to ensure wider European security and prosperity. Thank you.
Well, thanks a lot to Maka. Now, Dacian Ciolos, and after that, I will announce immediately, before floor will be taken by Ciolos, that we shall have another expert, Stefan Meister from Carnegie Europe, and that will come after Dacian's speech. Please.
Thank you, Chair. So, speaking about the future of Eastern Partnership, I think first of all we have to to recognize a reality now, and we look the developments these last years, and especially the last year. There is a deep and a clear differentiations of the EU relation with these partners. We have, first of all, three countries with a very clear commitment for accession to European Union. We have two other countries with close cooperation but without membership. And we have Belarus, who for the time being is isolated. So when we speak about the coherence and efficiency of this Eastern Partnership, we have to take into account this reality. We also have to recognize that each one of these countries look for stronger bilateral relations with the European Union on several items. And I can understand that, so this tailor-made approach will be necessary in order to keep this partnership alive, Eastern Partnership. Having said that, I think recognizing this reality of 3 + 2 + 1 should be reflected also in the way that we will think a more proactive and more flexible Eastern Partnership, identifying what are the common goals of these countries and group of the countries, and for European Union to be able to offer to them a tailor-made relation of cooperation. I think, first of all, we need to ensure security guarantees for part of these countries who ask for that and are on the border of European Union. And we have to find solutions for that, and the debate in Eastern Partnership would be useful. We need to also to deliver results of the people, some quick wins, because otherwise, as the previous expert mentioned, if we don't have these quick wins, all this administrative procedure of negotiation, and I know this by my own experience when Romania negotiated the accession, will not be attractive. We also need to attract investment in order to develop the economy in these countries. And let's be honest, all these countries need also financial support from European Union to invest not only in reforming public administration, administrative capacity, but also their economy. We have limited capacities in European Union to give that, but in exchange, we can give to them access to our market, as the previous speaker told. And I see this access to the market also a possibility to attract capital from European Union to invest in these countries, in their economy, in their sector, and to make it more performant. And for that, we have to look on the maximum capacity of absorption of internal market for the products coming from this economy and maximum integration capacity, because investors will ask for predictability. And this predictability is exactly this access to European market. So I see a cooperation on the values, democratic governance, rule of law, respect of human rights, fundamental freedom, and so on. Stronger cooperation and tailored cooperation, sectoral cooperation on health, education, research, even if a lot of these are not European competence, but I feel a need of cooperation on that, and I think we have to find innovative ways to do that. Then economic cooperation, transforming DCFTAs and association agreement in tools to integrate them in internal market, and also investing in connectivity. We are doing that, focus on investment in infrastructure for transport, energy, ITC, and so on. And I would orient Eastern Partnership on these concrete aspects, again with a focus on this progressive integration in European Union. Maybe it will take time to sign an agreement integration treaty, because we know that we have to reform our institutions at European level before that. But what we can offer is this progressive integration. And the last word, I would also insist for granting observatory status as soon as possible, at least in European Parliament, for the candidate countries. I think starting with 2024, after next elections, we can to give them and to have around the table in our debates our colleagues already in the Parliament, even if they will not be able to vote. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Now we have connection with Stefan Meister from Carnegie Europe, head of the program for International Order and Democracy at the German Council on Foreign Relations, and after that, Vugar Bayramov. So if you have connection.
I hope we have connection. Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay.
It's okay, okay. Thank you for the invitation. I just prepared a short intro. I could not join earlier. That's why I did not participate in the discussion, unfortunately. So I don't know at which stage you are and in which sense I repeat what already have been said. I just want to give because we just recently published a paper with the Eastern Partnership think tank network, which we are operating with the support of DG NEAR. We published a paper on neighborhood and enlargement policy, and we're looking also into how to frame in a new neighborhood policy and how to update and upgrade also the enlargement policy. I think here's not the time now to present the paper in depth. And the focus is more on security, as I was asked, but I just want to give some, like 5 minutes, really very short spotlights where I think these are important issues. So Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine has ended any cooperative approach between the EU and Russia in the shared neighborhood. Everything is securitized and the balance of power will be reshuffled. this war will accelerate, at the same time, this war will accelerate the disintegration of the post-Soviet space and the end of the Russian Empire. And I think that has also impact on stability, the security balance, geopolitics in the entire post-Soviet region, so including Eastern Europe, Black Sea region, South Caucasus, and Central Asia. As a consequence, EU and the member states are supporting Ukraine with money and weapons, and there was a decision also for candidate status for Ukraine and Moldova, and potentially for Georgia. And now integration seems to be possible, but it needs an update and an upgrade, not to create again the frustration like in the Western Balkans. And I have to be honest to say here, I don't see the ambitions with the big member states to go beyond what we had. I think there is now this candidate status, but I think it's not there's no leadership, no really will on to further reform the whole process, and I think that will create frustration. I think especially in Ukraine. This is what I'm afraid of also as someone sitting in Berlin. There's no speed up of the integration process. There's a need for parallel reforms of the EU and especially its decision making. So we need parallel the enlargement policy, but also internal structures needs to be reformed to be able to adapt more member states under the current circumstances. We also understand that every approach with NATO or EU is negatively seen in Moscow, and we will see more statements like we had just recently against Moldova. But I think what I see here, first of all, is as a main threat is the internal vulnerability of countries like Moldova, but also of other Eastern Partnership countries, which needs more attention also from the EU. Russia still has a lot of means to impact on the countries of the region beyond possibly military attacks. I think we are very much focused on these military attacks, which could happen, but I think gas and oil dependencies stay, disinformation campaigns are still relatively successful in these countries. Cyber attacks are going on there. We again also in Moldova, but also in Georgia. And I think that needs much more resources, and that needs really also to be integrated in a neighborhood and in an enlargement policy. Starting the EU accession negotiations must be latest next year, because then the momentum is over. Moldova will have presidential elections in 2024, and Ukraine, further depressing situation, needs progress to keep the country also together. So I think we have now a window of opportunity. We need to do now things, and I just don't see the will and the ambition by many member states to do these things now. There's a lot of talk, like at the Munich Security Conference also. I participated last week in supporting Ukraine, and we are standing with Ukraine. But if we look then to concrete support, if we look concrete supply also of tanks, of weapons, if we're discussing enlargement policy, I don't see really the link between the words and the action, if I'm honest. So there was a decision among EU member states that Eastern Partnership will stay and exist in parallel to the accession process. So a rethink of the process for Eastern Partnership, it will be more focused, more bilateral, and it will be also have a security component which will include internal and external security. And I think, as we all know, security and connectivity will play a bigger role here. The reconstruction of Ukraine needs to be coordinated with its integration. I think that's important that these processes go in line with each other. Russian weakening through the war impacts on all post-Soviet regions. I think it's also important that the EU is becoming more a peace actor, a security actor, but also a peace actor in the conflicts, as we have seen it with Karabakh and the Armenian-Azerbaijani negotiations, where Michel plays an important role. I think we really need to step in here where multilateral institutions like OSCE are blocked or weakened, where Russia is a rather spoiler power than that it provides any kind of authoritarian stability, and really have also the ambitions for peacekeeping, for monitoring missions, providing platforms on the conflicts. and becoming an actor here. Because I think what we will see is a reshaping of regional orders in the different post-Soviet regions. And there will be players like Turkey, like China, like Iran, Arabian countries who will shaping these regions. And the question is the EU also a player who wants to shape, who is going beyond what the Eastern Partnership was before? I see here some initial discussions about this with connectivity, with the Global Gateway Initiative, but it needs really a policy. It needs ambitious policy by the member states, pushing institutions forward, and really taking this as a priority also for the EU. So maybe I stop here, not to talk too long.
Well, thanks a lot, Stefan, for a very clear message. I think that it's exactly what we want to speak out here in our Euronest meeting, to send also the messages to EU institutions, to member states, how important is Eastern Partnership and enlargement and things like that. So that is a very clear message. Thanks a lot for you. Now we shall continue with other speakers. And now I am inviting Vugar Bayramov and then Anna Grigorian.
Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Chairman, thanks so much for giving a floor to me to address energy security, economic opportunities, as well as connectivity and development and transportation corridors in the region. In my short speech, I will address mainly energy security and what role Azerbaijan and Eastern Partnership countries are playing in enhancing security of the EU, as well as economic opportunities for development of transportation corridors in the region. Since the war in the Ukraine starts last February, Azerbaijan increased the role of the enhancing of energy security of the EU, and only last year, 2022, Azerbaijan export to the EU increased by 40%, and total export reached 11.4 BCM. And upcoming years, Azerbaijan will make double its energy gas export to the EU, which actually will reach 20 BCM by 2026. Last year, using implementing of the interconnector between Greece and Bulgaria, which also allow to export Azerbaijan natural gas to Central and Eastern European countries. Bulgaria in 2022 received Azerbaijan natural gas. Romania started importing Azerbaijan gas this year, and there are also negotiations between Azerbaijan, Moldova, Hungary, Serbia to export Azerbaijan natural gas to those countries. It seems that it's again show that role of Azerbaijan in enhancing energy security of the EU will be increasing upcoming years too. Regarding to transportation corridors and also role of Azerbaijan in enhancing economic opportunities in the region, only last year transportation volume of the cargo transportation by Azerbaijan increased by 29% and reached 51.4 million tons. And along with globalization, the location of Azerbaijan between Europe and Asia provide economic opportunities as well as considering its development in the region, which increases role of Azerbaijan in development on transportation corridors and also making linkage between Europe and Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan very actively support east-west, north-south, and also west-east transportation corridors by investing a lot last 2 decades. Since my time is over, in my conclusion, I will again express here that the commitment of the globalization Azerbaijan sets out its sustainable development goals to play an increasing role in the regional agenda, provide impetus for new perspectives for the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mamadov, for your intervention. We continue with the intervention from Anna Grigorian. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, today's security challenges are predominantly and objectively reflected on from the prism of the war in Ukraine. Nevertheless, security is not fragmental, and all security challenges have to be addressed equally if we want to reach long-lasting security and stability throughout the whole Eastern Partnership area. Existing security architecture has been undermined, yet in 2020, when one of the Eastern Partnership countries, Azerbaijan, launched a war against Nagorno-Karabakh. Security threats have not been eliminated even after the ceasefire. In the past 2 years, the Azerbaijani authorities have been carrying out creeping ethnic cleansing against Armenians living in Nagorno-Karabakh using various methods, including military provocations, psychological terrorism. Blocking Lachin Corridor, the only life road joining Nagorno-Karabakh with the outside world, is yet another example. And as we speak today, 120,000 Armenians are kept in hostage, deprived of gas supply and basic human rights. And when President Aliyev declares that Nagorno-Karabakh is their internal issue, he explicitly demonstrates the exact way he's dealing with the issue, that is, carrying out genocidal policy. Can this scenario lead to peace? Definitely no. Hence, for the lasting security and stability, people in Nagorno-Karabakh should exercise their right to self-determination and principle enshrined in UN Charter and Helsinki Final Act. Dear colleagues, 2 years after the war, Azerbaijan started another aggression, this time against the Republic of Armenia. As a result, they occupied territories in different regions, including mine. Thus far, they continue neglecting calls from the international community to withdraw forces from sovereign territories of Armenia. Moreover, they are enhancing military infrastructure on already occupied lands. This is a clear demonstration of their real intentions. The threat of another aggression has now been neutralized, and it is in this context that we have to think about mechanisms forcing Azerbaijan to refrain from use of force. One of such mechanisms, of course, could be EU civilian mission that was sent to Armenia, but which was rejected by Azerbaijan. So if a mission aims at building confidence on the ground, ensuring environment conducive to normalization efforts between Armenia and Azerbaijan, why would Azerbaijan reject it? This fact once again illustrates that it is not peace that they strive for. And I would like to call on our European friends not to turn blind eye on belligerent rhetoric of Azerbaijan and documented aggression, and not to imply double standards, because impunity produces new crimes, and since war in 2020 was not condemned, we see repercussions now in Nagorno-Karabakh and in Armenia as well. Dear colleagues, Armenia has always wanted peace and adhered to solving problems exceptionally through peaceful means and political dialogue. This venue of Euronest is another opportunity for such dialogue. However, all issues we raise here are met with simple denial. They deny that Lachin Corridor is blocked, that the very basic needs of peaceful civilians are being violated. They deny the fact of keeping prisoners of war. They deny the fact of occupation of sovereign Armenian territories. They even deny the existence of the term Nagorno-Karabakh, which has been used in all documents. Denial never paves way to solutions. To conclude, Armenia is, of course, striving for security in South Caucasus, in Eastern Partnership area. However, peace can never be achieved under the threat of use of force, nor would it ensure security in our region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Grigorian, for your intervention. So the next intervention will be done by Mr. Helmut Göcken. Please, the floor is yours.
Yeah. Vielen lieben Dank.
Thank you very much. Now, as I already mentioned yesterday, I belong to the Family Party of Germany. That's a small political party, but I believe I'm speaking now on behalf of the majority of the German population. We were euphoric and we wished so much for Ukraine to be victorious, that Russia will be beaten back. And the need is there to really help Ukraine to victory, but we also must take something into account. The war brings out the worst in people, and it traumatizes people for generations, and it leaves the earth soaked in blood. There's no winning of a war. There's only losers, regardless of how the borders end up. Everyone loses. And we in Europe, we are the winners of the 2012 Nobel Peace Prize for promoting peace through diplomacy. And Mr. Awa, I spoke to you briefly during the lunch break, and I'm happy to see you here, but please don't take this the wrong way. But Mr. Borrell should be here. He is the person who is responsible for foreign and security policy. And that is more important now more than ever. And Euronest is here in Moldova because there's a war happening, because we're looking for diplomatic solutions. We are here to support Ukraine. And we cannot leave diplomacy aside. And if we were to do that, then we would not be living up to the Nobel Peace Prize that the EU won. We need to work together to talk about diplomatic strategies and solutions. That is really the best avenue. Unfortunately. And if we don't additionally support diplomacy alongside providing weapons to Ukraine, we're going to continue this war in Ukraine. Weapons alone are not going to do it for us because, of course, they will keep the Russians back, but it will not bring victory. Diplomacy must go alongside of that, and Mr. Borrell even mentioned that. He talked about it. His position was created in 2009 for that reason, to maintain peace on this continent. And I must say that is not what is happening right now. And so please take that back to him. I'm very dissatisfied, and I think I'm speaking for the majority of the German people. That is how they think. Yeah, okay, we're supplying Leopard 2 tanks. We will probably end up supplying aircraft as well. And we may, or we shall, or we might have to supply resources. And we do that blindly. And with all of this euphoric support for Ukraine, yes, we do that. We have to act. That's true. But we cannot forget diplomacy. And then I would also like to go back to something I said yesterday. With Georgia and Moldova, we have two countries, 7 million people approximately together, and we can accept them directly. And we have to do that if we want to maintain peace, because Russia is going to do everything they can to destabilize these countries from within, to make them implode. That is what Russia wants to do. Let's not be delusional about that. We can't just wait until 2029. No. We have to act. And we are 27 countries strong. What's another 7 million what does it mean just to help 7 million people raise their living standards in Georgia, in Moldova, Armenia, Azerbaijan? Let's not forget about those two. But Moldova and Georgia, we could form a task force for them. Not a working group, a task force. They're better because, in this case, because they can act. And we can really get a tailored solution for these countries to help the freedoms of the press and freedoms of expression in those countries. And we can also maybe eventually resolve this issue in Nagorno-Karabakh. That would be promoting peace, not just supplying weapons and saying, yoo-hoo. What we need to do is use diplomacy to the right ends. We shouldn't use this instrument that Europe has created for foreign and security policy. We can't just stand idly by with that. We need to create also economic programs. We need to help Moldova and Georgia economically. We need to support companies there. We need to support the people there. We need to provide social aid there. If we don't want Russia to destabilize these countries, then and take them away from Europe, then we need European strength and will to bring about peace in Ukraine, and it is in all of our interests to create that peace. And that's why I would say, once again, I deeply wish that we finally, alongside the weapons deliveries, that we look for diplomatic solutions in order to avoid further spilling of blood, so that we finally can have peace. And to repeat once again, of course, having Ukraine belongs to Europe and should join, but there's tens of millions of people who live there. It's much larger than Georgia or Moldova. Living standards are very different, and I know that there are difficulties that we've had with countries like Hungary and Poland, and we need to make sure that those difficulties are cleared away from the path. And so therefore, my call once again, please, Mr. Awa, please say hello to Mr. Borrell for me, but he really should sit together with Euronest and discuss and come up with a strategy for peace building, and come up with that with us together. That's what I would like to say, and I think it's really time to talk about these particular issues and to make sure that the people who are here, that they favor peace, feeder freedom. And we won a Nobel Peace Prize, which obligates us to foster peace, and we are not doing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Göking, for your very supportive intervention and for putting in a right angle the risks we are facing together, the Eastern Partnership countries. Thank you very much. So the next intervention is will be done by Mr. Sultan Mamadov. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Dear friends, distinguished members of Parliament, Azerbaijan is very much concerned about the social problems in the Eastern Partnership region and implementing strong social protection policy in the country, contributing to the regional security and cooperation. We have demonstrated strong solidarity during the fight against the COVID-19 pandemic, initiating and supporting impartial and equal vaccine supply policy amongst the world countries, provided financial support to WHO and humanitarian support to the over 30 countries in the region. Azerbaijan is happy to provide social rehabilitation support to the most vulnerable group of the conflict in the region. Children of Ukraine suffered from the war. Yesterday, we have discussed social consequences of the conflict in the region, and I have to reiterate that Azerbaijan is a country who faced most destructive social impact of ethnic cleansing policy by Armenia in 1988-1992 and the occupation of its territory, bringing 200,000 of Azerbaijanis expelled from their homeland by force and close to 1 million displaced people from their occupied territories. Despite these serious problems, occupation and economic difficulties, Azerbaijan has implemented consistent measures to solve the social problems of refugees and internally displaced persons. Today, our focus is to reach the peace and prosperity in the region. Since the long-standing conflict is over, Azerbaijan has ensured its territorial integrity by implementing 4 United Nations resolutions on its own. We are proud now to demonstrate to the entire world our reconstruction work in the liberated territories, serving for social economic development and sustainable settlement of the population and reintegration of these territories into economic activity. We very much look forward to close and developing cooperation on the Eastern Partnership. I would like to add one important message. Azerbaijan has repeatedly declared that it guarantees the protection of all rights of the citizens of Azerbaijan of Armenian origin in the territories where Russian peacekeepers are temporarily stationed, based on the Constitution of Azerbaijan. As you know, in accordance with the provisions of the tripartite statement signed between the leaders of Azerbaijan, Russia, and Armenia in 2020, there are currently certain restrictions on the exercise of the powers and duties of the relevant state institutions of Azerbaijan in the territories which are under temporary responsibility of Russian peacekeepers. At the same time, separatist regime which turned Karabakh Armenians into its hostages creates an obstacle to such initiatives. However, Azerbaijan is ready to use all mechanisms provided by the legislation of Azerbaijan to protect the rights of Armenians living in Karabakh Economic Region and ensure their social protection despite of all artificial obstacles and the destructive activities of Armenia and some other countries. Armenians living in Karabakh are our citizens. Citizens of Azerbaijan, and their security is our internal issue and responsibility. We are committed to the negotiations going on with the mediation of the European Union. The borders of Armenia is protected by Russians, militaries, and at the same time, we are here, we heard about the support for the people from the European Union support in the borders of Armenia. So we cannot understand the concerns of Armenia. And we very much hope that peace agreement will be signed after our this 10th mission. And next time we'll have much more productive and developing issues that we will put in our agenda. We again call on the third parties, foreign countries, and international organizations to refrain from one-sided actions and statements feeding separatism in the territory of Azerbaijan. Let's not mislead the international community. Let's not undermine negotiations and bilateral discussions around the peace agreement between Azerbaijan and Armenia. We expect our international partners to support and encourage a dialogue between Azerbaijan authorities and local ethnic Armenians. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mamadov, for your intervention. The floor goes to Mrs. Maria Grapini.
Mulțumesc foarte mult.
Thank you very much. From the very beginning, I want to thank our hosts, the Republic of Moldova, for their organization and for their warm welcome here at this 10th session. I'd like to answer the key question. The question related to the topic being discussed. What is the future of the Eastern Partnership? It is obvious. It has been said, yes, we have to adjust it, but the Eastern Partnership has to exist. And I want to congratulate the two co-chairs for the two presentations of the experts, which brought us back to reality and have shown us the situation as it is, related to the Western Balkans and the Eastern Partnership. Yes. At least I think that everyone in the European Parliament supports the states in the Eastern Partnership joining the EU. Of course, there are different stages of the process, but we wholeheartedly agree for the Republic of Moldova and Ukraine to join. We wish Georgia to be there as well. We hope it will be there as well as soon as possible. But we have to think, as it has been referred earlier, at a concrete situation in every country. Financial support is not enough. I know the state of play in the Republic of Moldova very well, and in Ukraine as well. The Republic of Moldova also needs technical support, strengthening of its administrative capacities in order to efficiently use the resources it needs. And I take advantage that the European Commission is represented here. We have to give up sanctioning the states of the Eastern Partnership when temporarily some president or some prime minister in that area does not respect the rule of law. It's not the citizens' fault. We have to give up punishing the citizens. I remember when the financial support for the Republic of Moldova was stopped because of that case with $1 billion stolen. We have to find leverage in the European Union and to give this money so that they are used by the citizens in order to strengthen economic growth in those countries. But at the same time, we have to think that joining the European Union is not the same thing with integrating it. If the member states who have signed the agreement are not very well prepared from the point of view of the administrative capacity, from the economic point of view, from the perspective of understanding, the popular support has to be fostered in each of these countries. The popular support for these states to join the European Union, because it is obvious now in this geopolitical context we are facing a lot of fake news, a lot of influence. We see what is happening here in the Republic of Moldova, not to mention what is going on in Ukraine. Basically, we have to prepare the population, and I agree with the proposal of one of our colleagues. I don't know if it's called academy, but we have to have the necessary human resources trained, the human resources, people working in institutions of the states from the Eastern Partnership, so that they properly understand how to correctly apply all the European regulation. It is not easy. I'm from Romania and I know what we have been through. Therefore, I think that the Eastern Partnership has to be recalibrated. I think that we need financial support, and the European Commission has to think how to do it. And one more thing I'd like to add. We do not have to isolate Belarus only because they have a dictator there. I agree with the proposition of my colleague. He's not here. We have to think about the citizens first and foremost and see how we can encourage the civil society and those who understand democracy and kind of take them out from the hands of those who want to lead them in another direction. I hope that the Republic of Moldova and Ukraine, which already have been granted candidate status, to take important steps, but I draw their attention amicably that they have to respect all points of the agreement. And I conclude by saying that Ukraine has violated one point of the agreement related to the rights of minorities. During the war, they have promoted a law prohibiting the minorities from learning their mother tongue, and this is not good, because I know that Ukraine has around 30% of minorities among its population. This is a regulation which does not help the Ukraine, and I think that they have to revise to change this attitude. Thank you.
Mersi mult, doamna Grăpini, pentru
Thank you very much, Mrs. Grapini, for your intervention.
And for the right proposals which you have given for our next discussion. So the floor now is given to Iltizam Yusifov, please. Please use the microphone.
Thank you, Madam Chair, dear colleagues. I will touch upon our possibilities and our future plans and the continual theme of energy security, because it is a very important issue for all our partners. The European Union and Azerbaijan have a very broad cooperation in different areas. Azerbaijan announced its openness to the world. Azerbaijan has its objectives in energy sphere. First, completely cover its demands of energy, whereas energy security is a fundamental element of national security for the European Union and the European Union partnership countries. Azerbaijan invested in its energy sphere. Today we have all infrastructure in this field, including pipelines, gas lines, which connected Azerbaijan with Europe. I think you are aware of our oil activity, but today very important sphere for Europe is gas supply. As you know that the Southern Gas Corridor, which transports natural gas from the Caspian Basin to Europe, provides Georgia, Turkey, Greece, Bulgaria, Albania, and Italy. We have our new partners, Romania, Moldova, and Hungary. We have natural gas resources which will be enough for us, for our partners, for a long period. As active cooperation in the energy area between the European Union and Azerbaijan has a story of more than 50 years. Azerbaijan is planning to become an important supplier of electric energy to Europe, mainly green energy. We have already signed the agreement of development and the transmission of green energy between Azerbaijan, Georgia, Romania, and Hungary. Submarine electricity power cable line through the Black Sea would connect the European Union with the Caspian Sea region. Dear colleagues, Azerbaijan has never used its great potential of energy against any country. We use it for the development of our country, for the welfare of our citizens, and in general for our peace and the security of other countries. I do hope that all these projects will change the energetic map of Europe. I am sure that we will achieve all these goals. Thank you very much.
Now, Andrzej Halicki. Yes, you are ready? Okay. Yeah, and then Vladimir Ariel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Well, the crucial moment, and I think that we are in a historical moment because of the visit of President Biden to Kiev, also this assembly in a very important place. I'm very impressed by the authority of Republic of Moldova, presented by Madam President and Speaker of the House today, and the Chairman. But I would like to propose you to go a step back, to ask ourselves who we are, because we are the representation of the societies presented in the logo in deep blue and light blue together, because we are living in neighborhood and we like to live in peace and we like to live on better conditions. That's obvious. But we are parliamentary assembly of these societies, and there is one flag missing. There is no Belarus representation formally. So I would like to emphasize that the Euronest without Belarus is empty or not fully filled. And we have to think how the organization was organized, established, and how to do it for the better common future. And I would like to, of course, there is obvious that the lack of the formal representation is because of lack of democratic chosen parliament in Minsk. But there is united, represented all the society, accepted all the political forces, National Coordination Council of Belarus. And I think that this is the highest time, and this is my request to Bureau. If it is needed, I will put the formal point of that to the next meeting of Bureau to solve this problem, because we should have formal representation of the society of the democratic Belarus. It is possible, and we have to do that for the common, better future of all of us. And this is my request to the Bureau. I would like to have a prize because I've saved 1 minute from my speech time. Thank you.
Since you are a member of Bureau yourself, so it's a very good request to the Bureau. Now, Vladimir Ariev and then Artur Khachaturian.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for a brilliant speech where you presented a clear plan for NATO membership for Ukraine and especially for European Union membership. It's really very ambitious plan. And we have a lack of time, so I would like to probably propose to make two things which will be very helpful in making this plan really alive. First of all is protection, what we have to do, and second, the motivation. What means protection? we need to know who is very not in interest to integrate Ukraine and Moldova to European Union. And we know this state very well. Russian Federation, they did their utmost to infiltrate before the full-scale aggression against Ukraine, to infiltrate all the agents and their interests into many ways, into many areas in Ukrainian life. I mean politics, I mean business, economy, and media. And even they've used the minority matters also to shake Ukrainian stability. So, and Ukraine is not only one. For example, other European states, they are also suffering more or less from Russian intervention. What Russians do, they are looking for pain points in society, and they are looking for the weak points in business and politics. And they are pushing and using that. What we don't have for a moment, we don't have a full picture of Russian intervention in all that areas, in all European states and all European neighborhood. I think that it's a time to establish this special institution to protect European Union and European neighborhood, which are very friendly and cooperative to European Union states, to first to detect hostile intervention in politics, in business, economy, media, environment, etc. And Russia, I want to tell you, this is not the only one. Other autocracies like China also are interested to shake the European unity and possible enlargement of European Union as well. So to know how to counteract it, we need to know what to do and where is the places and exactly points, because this, what we have now, is a full-scale but hybrid war of Russia against the European community, all democratic European community. And the reflection of the military now, for a moment, only in Ukraine, but that's intervention in the life of business, in the life of politics, in media, are very widespread. In Moldova, in Georgia, in many states of European Union. So we need, first of all, to detect it and to counteract it. Second, motivation. All members of European Union who joined after the Soviet Union crashed down, they are really motivated for their steps in, by the way, to European Union membership. It's such kind of carrot and stick policy. But at the same time, we understand that very special, we need a special time, but this carrot policy is also very useful. We just need to know the clear intention of all sides. If European Union really intend to have Ukraine and Moldova on board, and of course, we have a lot of things in our hands. What to do in Ukraine and Moldova to admit all the conditions and to be coherent to European Union requirements. We have a lot of things to do, and carrots in this way are very positive. I mean the Global Europe program, which has 80 billion euros for financing. And I think it is also possible to use, or proposal of my colleague to make Ukraine and Moldova observers in European Parliament. It also could be such kind of carrot for the progress in reforms in our states. I think this is also very important to do. So we're speaking also about Euronest. So in these two ways, for protection and motivation, Euronest is, we can maintain, is a very good forum to synchronize watches about that. And when we now say that European Union will be open for Ukraine and Moldova, and Ukraine and Moldova will be really wishful to be members, so we can start now, and we can we have to check our way on this forum every year. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Vladimir. Now I turn to Artur Khachaturian and then Ruslan Ghazanov.
Dear colleagues, despite the statement of the delegates from Azerbaijan that the conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan has come to an end, the situation on the ground is diametrically opposite. After signing the trilateral statement, Azerbaijan did not stop its aggression against Nagorno-Karabakh and Armenia. It attacked 2 villages in Nagorno-Karabakh, killed servicemen, took prisoners, and ultimately annexed these 2 villages. Few days later, Azerbaijan blocked the road that links 2 Armenian towns inside the Republic of Armenia. In 2021, Azerbaijan twice invaded the Republic of Armenia, killing servicemen and civilians, occupying Armenian territory. The same crime was committed last year. Azerbaijani soldiers are on the territory of the Republic of Armenia at this very moment when I'm delivering my address to you. This has been properly documented internationally. Since December 12, the Lachin corridor is blocked by Azerbaijan. Yesterday, I quoted European Parliament resolution which clearly stated that the road is blocked. Despite that, today, the delegate from Azerbaijan accused European Parliament in disseminating fake news. The delegate from Azerbaijan accused the US Secretary of State in disseminating fake news. The delegate from Azerbaijan accused Mr. Borrell in disseminating fake news. I do not want to read statements from other leaders. Anyone can Google. Instead, if anyone doesn't believe me, I urge them to visit Armenia right after the closure of this session. If Azerbaijani delegate wants to prove that the road is open, why don't they invite you to go there and to see? This means that there is something they try to hide. The delegate from Azerbaijan says the conflict is over. Yesterday in my address, I said already that the peace without justice is just a truce. If Azerbaijan really wants peace, they should immediately withdraw their troops from Armenia, open Lachin corridor, and resume the negotiations on comprehensive settlement of Nagorno-Karabakh conflict based on the principles enshrined in the UN Charter, the 1975 Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe Helsinki Final Act, as well as the OSCE Minsk Group's 2009 Basic Principles on Territorial Integrity, Self-Determination, and not use of force. No progress towards resumption of negotiations between Armenia and Azerbaijan on comprehensive political settlement is recorded, despite calls from European Parliament. Thus, I urge my distinguished colleagues from Euronest to raise their voice and to urge Azerbaijan to work towards political settlement of Nagorno-Karabakh conflict instead of threatening the citizens of Nagorno-Karabakh with ethnic cleansing. Thank you very much indeed.
Okay, now Ruslan Ghazanov and then Rasa Yuknevichina.
Sehr geehrter Herr Kubilius, meine Damen und Herren.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kubilius, thank you very much for this possibility, allowing me to speak. Euronest offers a platform so that members of Parliament of all Eastern European countries can come together. It's a good opportunity for political dialogue and to ensure peace. My country and Armenia must make the most of this possibility. As peace negotiations go along, we have to ask ourselves whether we shouldn't just stop and stop blaming each other. European countries such as Germany and France can also serve as a good example for us. We need to focus our efforts on peace and on international norms and principles and respect them. The conflict was seen as frozen for 30 years. We tried to solve it under international law, and we showed that we were willing to compromise. Alas, international law on international conflict resolution is losing importance and is only playing a subordinate role. This trend to use violence and separative approaches simply worsens things. And it means it's more difficult to come up with a peaceful solution. And what we saw in September 2020 in and around Nagorno-Karabakh was a consequence of the neglect of international law. In November, a trilateral agreement ended the conflict in Karabakh, and the Karabakh conflict is seen as ended. We hope that we can work and live with all of our neighbors, and that will lead to stability and prosperity in the South Caucasus. I believe that peace is possible in the area, and we expect the same from Armenia. It is regrettable that the evangelic forces are being provocative, and if we want peace, then we need to ask, why have there been envoys sent from Moscow to Karabakh? What is the mission there? What is that all about? To conclude, I just want to say that Azerbaijan is willing to engage in regional cooperation and to promote further development in the southern Caucasus. The aim is to improve prosperity and ensure peace in the region.
Sofia Fedina.
Thank you both chairs. First of all, thank you Moldova. Brave people led by President Maia Sandu changed the landscape. You started not only the fight against corruption, you started deputinization of your country. You have strong support in European Parliament, and you will prevail. The change will be irreversible. 1 year ago, breakthrough happened for the whole Eastern Partnership countries region, I mean. Today, brave Ukrainians gives me opportunity to have a dream. And I have a dream to see my dream as reality in my lifetime. I already expressed my firm belief in Moldova, so my next dream is on Armenia and Azerbaijan. I will say only one sentence on that. I hope to attend at least one parliamentary assembly in my lifetime with participation of parliamentarians from both countries, not fighting each other in every panel of the event, but talking constructively on the most important issues and working closely for the future of their own countries, but not for the past. On Georgia, my dream is also very clear. Georgia, the leader of democracy in the region again. Georgia without hatred, without political prisoners, including journalists. Shortly, I hope to see post-Bidzina Georgia in EU and NATO. Belarus, no doubts, friendly, democratic European country with proud citizens, country not separated with physical fences. Of course, our common dreams on Ukraine. the most powerful security provider for the rest of the continent, member of both the EU and NATO. It is not only a dream, it is coming reality. And my remark for some previous speakers, the shortest way to peace, weapons to Ukraine. All weapons they are needed. This is unfortunately the only diplomatic solution of today. And on Russia, I would like to correct President Macron, who said in Munich that Russia must not be crushed. Russia, yes, but don't be afraid to crush Putin's Russia. To crush Putin's Russia means deputinization of Russia, deputinization of European continent. It includes desovietization, by the way. And this is the only way for sustainable peace and security in the whole European continent. We live at the moment when we have to stay on the right side of history. It means on the side of Ukraine, on the side of democracy, on the side of sustainable peace in Europe. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Rasa. And now Sofia Fedina.
Thank you, Andreas. So first of all, I would like to answer the question, what's the future for the Euronest community in the future and how Ukraine sees it. As we mentioned in our papers and our proposals that were supplied to the Euronest co-chairs as well. First of all, we see Euronest as a transition tool for nations who are interested in cooperation or want to strengthen the ties with the European Union. And I think this is one of the most powerful messages, as we should not say that, okay, the countries who are not going to become members of the European Union, as they are not the 100% European countries, so we will not communicate with them and we will not prolong and continue our dialogue. We have to involve as many countries closer to our region, the more the possible, just to give a chance for these countries, for their citizens, to see, to understand the European Union, and that will enhance the collaboration, and actually it will enhance the security and peace society. The second, already mentioned, the Global Europe instrument with 80 billion euro to proceed. As we do not have new programs within the European Union, for example, for already the candidate countries, I think this mechanism, this instrument is very important for us to actually to get prepared for our future membership in the European Union and to get prepared to change our infrastructure, our dependencies on this or that factors, especially energy dimension, and that will give us an opportunity to become more successful and prosperous. And the third, this is a tool for deepening practical general cooperation, sectoral cooperation in a mutual beneficial projects on regional security, energy transport, hybrid warfare, disinformation, foreign interference. And as a security is one of the top problems in our area, I think here we should stress several more points. That is my point of research as an associate professor at the Department of International Relations and Diplomatic Service in Ukraine. Not to let dictatorships to prevail, we need to spread the territory of dialogue and cooperation, the territory of democracy, respect for human rights and security. Ambassador Boris Tarasyuk, who was the former head of Ukrainian delegation, extraordinary ambassador, he always said to us as students in his times that we have to choose in which reality we want to live. For Ukraine, it went whether to live with the European world or whether live together with Moscow Federation. And he said that it's been like a pregnant. You cannot be pregnant for 100 years. You have to decide, you have to give a birth to a child. Ukraine made its choice. We gave a birth to our child. We want to be a part of the democratic community, but we understand really, really deeply that Moscow Federation infected all the countries of our region that are participants of Euronest Parliamentary Assembly. Moscow Federation is still generated and is still generating conflict enclaves that undermine security, that undermine peace, and make people to conflict with each other, and sometimes to battle to such an extent that they forget who finances the conflict, who inspires the conflict, who supports the conflict. And these conflicts that are present and the occupied territories, conflicting territories in our countries, they are the mechanism for Moscow Federation to undermine the mutual understanding, to undermine security and peace not only in our region, but to undermine the system of international relations itself. And two last points that I want to mention. I totally agree with Rasa Yuknyavichene about diplomacy and weapons. Diplomacy is a question and it's a topic for two people that want to negotiate and to find a resolution. But when one person is coming with papers and words and another one is coming with a gun to kill you, it's very hard to use these tools in the commonly understood sense. What I agree with our colleague from Germany, that we have to find new approaches to stop and to punish the aggressor. And the very last point, I'm very glad to say that in Ukraine, regardless of full-scale invasion and enormous losses of people, none of the minorities is deprived of its rights. All the citizens in Ukraine have a right to be themselves, but Ukraine urges every citizen of Ukraine to learn Ukrainian language, to have a possibility to take advantage of the rights of Ukrainian citizens. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Sofia. Now, one technical issue which we need to agree and decide. According to our agenda, here should be a coffee break, but we have 4 remaining speakers. So my technical proposal is to give the floor for all 4, and then, we shall have a really good time to, to integrate into Chisinau, streets till our dinner. Good?
Yes, okay.
Without rain. So, INA guaranteed, best weather, and still it's, the promise is kept. So that's great. So if everybody agrees, then we shall continue for some time. And next speaker would be Georgi Vashadze. And after him, Arman Yegoyan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very important and intensive discussions. I think several challenges that we have in the region. Of course, challenge number 1 is war in Ukraine. And we, Georgian people, we stand with Ukrainian people. Instead of some controversial statements from Georgian officials, entire Georgia is very supportive to Ukraine. Thousands of Georgians are fighting now in Ukraine. Unfortunately, we've already lost in this war 36 of them. And I hope that we will win in this war. And I'm sure that it will happen as quick as possible. But for that, it's really important more weapons to Ukraine, more money to Ukraine, and more sanctions on Russia. And Mr. Chairman, you mentioned about NATO membership of Ukraine. Please don't forget about Georgia. Because together with Ukraine, we're also, like Georgian people also deserves to become the member of NATO, because that is the security that we want to bring to our country. Especially to take into account that in 2008, we were the country which were attacked by Russia. Unfortunately, the response of civilized world, the West, was not good enough and strong enough. And that was not kind of a lesson that Russia could get at that time in order to avoid the war now, for example, in Ukraine, or occupation of Crimea in 2014, occupation of Donbass and so on. So Georgia suffered a lot from Russia's aggression. So that is why please always take into consideration Georgia's issues. Challenge number 2, of course, is the peace between Azerbaijan and Armenia. For our region, there is really, really very important. And I hope that there will be more participation and involvement from our European, let's say, partners in order to somehow reach the peace between these two countries. Because that is important for Caucasus, that is important for entire Eastern Partnership countries and for global world. Of course, Belarusian case is also very important, and I hope when Ukraine will win the war, there will be resolution of the Belarusia's, let's say, problems that exist there, and it will be speeded up. As for Georgia, of course, for us, challenge number one is to get EU candidacy. And we do understand that country which were champion in reforms, which were example for Ukraine, for Moldova, for other countries, has lost its positions. Unfortunately, it happened for last several, let's say, years. But please don't forget that more than 80% of Georgians are supporting EU integration. More than 80% of Georgians are supporting NATO integration. And Georgian people, again, deserves the EU candidacy. Most important for us is not to lose this historic chance. As for the challenge to change the government, this is our internal challenge. And in 2024, we have elections, and I'm sure that Georgian people will make its choice and will change the government, which is unfortunately against of our, let's say, choice to be together with European Union, to be together with civilized world. And the last point from my side, the region that we're speaking about is only alternative, almost the only alternative route from Asia to Europe and from Europe to Asia in terms of trade, energy transfer, and a lot of other stuff. Because Russia is under sanctions, Russia were developing its trade route for a long time, and it's really important to speak deeper and to pay more attention to the opportunities and possibilities that our region can bring to European Union as well. So that is why I think to use the Euronest, let's say, platform, it's important to discuss the new initiatives that can come in order to encourage and to intensify European investments to our region. For example, in the United States, there is discussion about Black Sea Support Act, which means that there will be certain incentives to the businesses from United States who will invest, for US businesses who will invest in our region, in the Black Sea, to secure their investments. So I do think that something similar like that is really important for our regions. What we need is more investments from European Union in order to decrease the role of Russian investments in our region, because that's a part of security as well, that's a part of economic prosperity for our countries, and that is really something that can bring more benefits to European Union as well. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Georgie. Now, Arman Yagonian and then Helmut Scholz.
Thank you, dear colleagues. I'm afraid I should annoy you one more time with the conversation on the Armenia-Azerbaijani relations, but I will explain why. Many of you have complained that, okay, we come here each time we see this dispute between Armenians and Azerbaijanis, when the day will come, and our friend Rasa said it, when the day will come, that it will be ended. I can say when the day will come. The day will come when the issues that cause this quarrel will be either solved or addressed. I will bring you an example. Right now, these days, today, 33 Armenian prisoners of war, or some might say detainees, some might say hostages, 33 citizens of the Republic of Armenia are imprisoned in Baku. Something that is clearly stated in resolutions of the European Union Parliament. In order to bring the day when we will sit around one table and discuss the normalization of our relations, I suggest you, the members of European Parliament, to approach their Azerbaijani colleagues during the coffee break. Each of you can do that now, and ask, dear colleagues, why don't you return 33 Armenian prisoners of war or detainees or however you can call them. Why? And listen to their answer. Moreover, in the resolution that we are going to adopt tomorrow, they have deleted this line when we all together, the Parliamentary Assembly, is going to call on them to return Armenian prisoners of war or detainees. Again, ask them, we are going to vote on this tomorrow, ask them, why? Is it a big problem? Is it a big problem for you, for people who are talking about peace all day long? Another issue, they are talking about peace, but I should give you some information, dear colleagues from the European Parliament. You know that one of the issues that we cannot agree on is the Institute of International Mechanism, International Guarantor of Peace. Azerbaijan is against this suggestion. We suggest for the peace treaty there to be an international mechanism of a guarantor. It can be any mechanism, but we suggest there to be a mechanism of an international guarantor as such. Azerbaijan's side is against this notion at all. They do not want any international mechanism that will oversee the implementation of the agreement. What they want, to keep all you away from our relations, yet they want you to leave us alone so that they can retaliate against us. This is what they want. Don't be confused by their nice words. This is the situation. We talked about EU monitoring mission in Armenia. Why we call EU monitoring mission? Why we call on European Union? Because we need it. And why Azerbaijan is against? Because they do not need it. Isn't it very simple? Once again, during the coffee break, please approach your Azerbaijani colleagues and ask them why they are against of 100 civilian EU monitors on the Armenian border. If they are not going to attack Armenia, why they should be against this mission? Last but not least, they are talking about rights of Armenians in Nagorno-Karabakh, and they say that they will enjoy all the rights and privileges that Azerbaijani citizens enjoy. But sorry, what rights and privileges Azerbaijani citizens enjoy? What rights do they enjoy? The right of freedom of speech, the right of gathering, the right of electing a president. Even Azerbaijani citizens are deprived of these rights. How they can guarantee it for citizens of other nationals? I urge you, dear colleagues, to address the issues that cause conflicts and not just say, I wish, I dream, we dream, one day it will be over. It will be over when the issues are addressed and not turned a blind eye on. Thank you.
Dreams always a good thing, you know. Let's dream about peace and stability, and then if we shall really have such a dream, I think that we shall find a way how to implement that dream. But now, dear colleagues, it's my technical solution becomes a little bit challenged because I see new speakers who want to join. So may I ask the final request? We put two additional names from Georgia and Azerbaijan to the previous list, in addition to one more Armenian, so we are okay. But that maybe should be end of the list, okay? So, good. Let's move forward then. Helmut Scholz, and after him, Raik Mamiyanyan. Okay? Good.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all, and also thank you to Moldova for the hospitality and the very interesting and challenging discussion we have. Maybe we have not the time for dreaming, but we should be very clear what does it mean to use the time we have according to all the scientific preconditions and sayings that there are at least 12 to 15 years to stop the climate change in the way that we have to prevent the continuation of melting down of the permafrost soil in the Arctic regions and the emission of methane gas, continuation of carbon emissions if we want to have the ability to guarantee our future generations to live on our Earth. So that is a question I want to raise when we are discussing about the future of Euronest, and in a certain way, if we are speaking about enlargement, also of the future of Europe. And probably we have to combine the two debates, because I would say even the dispute between Azerbaijan and Armenia, which we are hearing here, is linked to one question. We have to stop the fossil fuels. So Azerbaijan will be forced in the next 3-4 years to stop to produce the gas and the oil, and to link the energy production on that. And the same is for Armenia, the same is for the European Union, the same is for Ukraine and for the Russian Federation. And we have to find channels, ways to discuss together how we are accumulating the potential we have to unite, to force the battle against this common, I would say, enemy or the common challenge. And that leads me to the issue. We have discussed the future of Europe in the conference on the future of Europe the last 2 years. And one of the recommendations of the citizens, and that was a citizens-based dialogue by randomly selected citizens, together with parliamentarians, together with the Commission, together with the Council, together with the national governments, the social partners, the Committee of Regions. We want to have a change in the politics of the European Union, dealing with expectations of citizens concerning the political responsibility to shape a social, democratic, peaceful, etc. European Union. Ecological, sustainable. And taking this debate into the framework of the Euronest Assembly means we have to find ways that citizens are understanding what we are discussing during these days. And if, for example, a worker or an employee in the agriculture area here in Moldova who is producing apple, which have tariff-free access to European market, but they don't get into the market, into the retailers, because the retailers are saying, no, you are not producing enough. It's better to have Turkish apple or German or Italian or New Zealand apples because they can producing a different amount. So what is the additional added value for becoming member of the European Union? So we have to explain in democratic understanding what is the added value for the citizens of the, I would say, Georgia, Ukraine, Moldova reality, but in the future, of course, probably also Armenia, Azerbaijan, and others who want to join the European Union. And we have seen the picture, 200 months accession negotiations between Turkey and the European Union. And today, frankly speaking, nobody is ready from the governments of the European Union member states to continue this accession. And the same lengthy period we have seen on the Western Balkans. So we have to prevent that the Euronest reality is becoming the same reality as this reality of the negotiations. So therefore, I want to stress that we need the combination of the understanding how to shape a democratic enlargement of the European Union by accessing some countries, with the awareness of the societies of the applying countries, the candidate countries, to deal with the questions, what does that mean for these countries to become a European Union member state, in the full complexity of the values, the full complexity of rule of law, the full complexity of the economic reality. And I think this should be put into the core of the discussions when we are speaking about Euronest future and European future. And that, I agree very much with all who said, needs not a lengthy time,
but it needs a deepening of the understanding and the responsibility of the participating political structures to deal with these challenges in as much as short time frame. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, dear Helmut. Now, Haik Maminyan, and then George George Helashvili.
Thank you. Well, I have to start with the remark to our colleague, an MEP from Lithuania, Ms. Junkevicin. Well, you know, we have to speak about this problem because at this moment people are starving of shortage of food, of shortage of gas and shortage of electricity. Because people in Nagorno-Karabakh are on the verge of ethnic cleansing and genocide. So sorry for using my time to address the issues that are important for my people. And it's the tragedy of my people, and it seems that in cases of the same topic in other parts of Europe, you weren't so skeptic about wasting your time. Now regarding the Azerbaijani delegation, you can repeat that Nagorno-Karabakh conflict is ended for 10, 20, 1,000 times, but it doesn't result 120,000 Armenians to disappear from Nagorno-Karabakh. I do know that you want it to be like that, but it won't result that. And please remember and keep in mind that the leaders of the countries that co-chair OSCE Minsk Group and many other international organizations have stated that Nagorno-Karabakh conflict has no solution by force. You know, practically all the European leaders have during the last years spoken about the impossibility of the imposed peace. Doesn't it apply to Armenia as well and Nagorno-Karabakh as well? Well, delegates from the Azerbaijan were speaking about the rights and the possibilities and the freedoms of the people in Azerbaijan. Well, Nagorno-Karabakh has never been in the territory of independent Azerbaijan, and it never will. But please, let's state what it will become to those people if it somehow happens like that. If I start to speak about the political prisoners in Azerbaijan, I simply won't have time for that. And there was an urgent motion on that, and it was rejected. If I speak about the over 1,000 people spied by the report of OCGRP, activists spied via their telephones in Azerbaijan, so that's what's waiting for my compatriots. The gender-based violence, I want to remind that people of Azerbaijan from the kindergarten, from the school, are taught to hate Armenians. I want to remind my colleagues that Azerbaijani authorities created a so-called military trophy park, where there were man-sized mannequins of the killed Armenian soldiers. And children, Azeri children, were going and playing with these mannequins. And I have very little time. Well, the time has ended already, but I want to make a citation from President Aliyev. If I'm not mistaken, he stated that in Agdam, while his speech. While speaking about the giving some territories to Azerbaijan, he said, if they didn't do it, we would crush their heads. Well, you are speaking about very good state of human rights and freedoms, not speaking about the mutilation of the female soldier, Armenian female soldier during last fall, not speaking about the willful killings of the POWs. And last but not the least, I want to remind to our colleagues, please just Google, I don't want to waste your time. What is the state of the freedoms and the rights of the Lezgis and Talish and other ethnic minorities of Azerbaijan. And you will get the answer, dear colleagues, why we are speaking about this topic. Thank you.
Okay. So now, George Helashvili, and then Tahir Mirkishvili. Yeah? Tahir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank our hosts and also to the colleagues for the interesting debates. This debate has been really remarkable, and we have heard a litany, a list of liberal remedies for the region's problems. Mr. Kubiliu spoke about the spread of democracy, very rightly. Mr. Austrevicius spoke about expansion of political security system. Mr. Knaus emphasized the economic integration. Mr. Meister spoke about the peace agenda. Mr. Goykun spoke about raising social standards. These are all very relevant, but I also wanted to add one more classical liberal democratic remedy to the list, and that is institutional engagement. And this is an institutional engagement from the European Parliament properly. What we see, I'm a relative newcomer to this field, but what I see and what I noticed is mostly this engagement has been done through the Foreign Committee of the European Parliament or Euronest, while the agenda of our cooperation encompasses much more than just seeing it through the prism of foreign policy and regional engagement. My Georgian colleague from the opposition just spoke about criticism of the government and about the work on the 12 recommendations from the European Commission. The point is that this particular member of parliament has not even attended parliament working groups or the sessions for months now. And nonetheless, then, such unconstructive debates brought to Euronest or the European Parliament hijack a much more significant agenda that unites us rather than divides us. I'm not saying that these issues are insignificant. All our countries in Eastern neighborhood have significant democratic shortcomings, some more, some less, fewer, but nonetheless, there is also a very large agenda that can unite us. And let me emphasize that such issues that are very well known and very well advanced in the European Parliament, such as environment, healthcare and food safety, human rights, including gender issues, energy security, education and research, youth policy. These are, and this is my practical suggestion, that institutional engagement between the European Parliament committees and the parliamentary committees of the member countries of Eastern neighborhood should be, Eastern Partnership, should be made more active. And I think that members of the European Parliament who are at the same time members of the Euronest can actually, and that would be my request, become bridges, channels between the European Parliament and then the parliaments of the Eastern Partnership countries. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. It sounds very similar to what Mr. Cholos was speaking about possibility to be observers for at least for accession countries in European Parliament, maybe starting from next mandate, next year, second half of next year. So that's really I see, the common attitude to that. So and now the last speaker, chair of Azeri delegation, Mr. Tahir Mirkishvili.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kubilis, for that provided opportunity for me. I was obliged actually to take the floor, and sorry that I wasting your time. So we are Azerbaijan delegation trying during the 2 days actually to meet the challenges in front of all of us, especially for European countries, European Union, Eastern Partnership countries. We are not going to answer some fake claims of some part of Armenian delegations. As we know that many of them who is against very radical against Azerbaijan, they are from current opposition party, but former ruling party, who is responsible for many crimes in Azerbaijan. And I hope that, I believe that some of them, maybe some of them die here also, you will be responsible in some international courts, maybe in Hague also, for the crimes that you did in Azerbaijan. Especially in some days, they will be Khojalı genocide, that you killed more than 600 women and children. But I want to answer the another questions that our Armenian colleagues asked for detainees. It's more interesting question, because actually we are not interested in that some of the Armenian detainees will stay in Azerbaijan. Yes, we have certainly some Armenian detainees in Azerbaijan, but I want to answer this question with the same question. What they did in Azerbaijan with the submachine gun Kalashnikov after the ending of the war. Can you do the same in Moldova? Can you come to with submachine gun automatic Kalashnikov to the Moldova? Can you cross the border of the European Union with the guns of the Kalashnikov? So you will actually get the same answer. You have to go to jail. You have to be arrested. And you have to answer what you did here. Especially we did the same with these Armenian detainees. We arrested them because the war ended. After this, they crossed the border. This is Armenian citizens. And they did the same, crossed Azerbaijan territory. We arrested them. We organized a court. Yes, we have, they got some, I think, some years there also. But what's how to exit from the situation? Let's sign the peace treatment. Let's push your governments that they will sign the peace treaty with Azerbaijan. Let's create a mechanism, extradition mechanism. We are ready to give back to them back. Actually, we did some of them that President Aliyev forgave some of them, and we sent back to you with some intermediary. Some of them, especially, was sent back with the intermediary of the European Union. So let's just not blame each other. Okay, there is a problem. We know the problem there is, but let's find the solution. Let's find the solution, let's sign the agreement, let's stop this, all of the blaming each other. Let's look in the future. This is my question, answer. Thank you very much for time.
Okay. So, dear colleagues, that was the final remarks from our members. We shall continue, of course, discussions tomorrow when we shall discuss all the reports. Now I would ask Ina to make some concluding remarks, and then I will make also some concluding remarks, and we shall go for some rest.
Thank you very much, Andrius. And I would like to thank our colleagues for very interesting points of view which were brought into discussion, and for a very active participation during this session, which is a very important session to seize our view for the next years on the future of Eastern Partnership. And of course, we all understand that peace is of utmost importance, and we all want and seek peace in our region. And we all understand that today the fight for peace is given in Ukraine, and Ukraine is fighting bravely and courageously to keep the peace, the freedom and the democracy in the whole European region. And for this we are very thankful to our Ukrainian colleagues, and of course we will keep repeating Slava Ukraini. But there are some other issues besides those issues which should be at the core of the future of the Eastern Partnership, such as security, peace, resilience in energy sector, because we all understand that Energy sector is another gun which is used by the Russian Federation to intimidate our countries. And the gun is very powerful, but we have all the instruments in our hands and the knowledge to really build the resilience of the energy sector and to have more ideas and solutions and innovations which will diversify the energy sources and will make us more independent from the Russian gas. Another very important threat and the risk which we need to focus on is hybrid wars, is fighting propaganda, disinformation, and these again needs to be at the core of the future of Eastern Partnership. So as for the three countries which were giving the European perspective, the two countries with the status of EU candidate countries and Georgia with the European perspective, we all understand that the format of the Eastern Partnership needs to be recalibrated, and here we need to find solutions in discussions together in order to have the most appropriate format for the next years, which would include the participation of all the 5 countries, because this is what we all understand and we all embrace together, is to keep the Eastern Partnership for the next years in order to have exchange of experience, but also assure unity and solidarity between all our 5 Eastern Partnership countries. But besides all these very important issues which are of utmost importance and which should be at the core of the future of Eastern Partnership, it is also important to mention that in order to promote democracy in our countries, it is important to support civil society, and colleagues from Eastern Partnership countries were stressing attention on this very important issue, supporting civil society, because without civil society we won't be able to keep implementing the projects which are actually assuring the democratic institutes in our countries and promoting the free will of expression, and they are monitoring actually the reforms which are implemented in the Eastern Partnership countries. Another very important issue which was less mentioned today, but it is again of a very high importance, is the participation of the local authorities in the process of implementing the European reforms in our countries, and really landing the European projects at a regional and local level in order to be able to convince our citizens that European reforms are not just words, but this is a way of living, a comfortable way of living, living according to the European standards, which many of our citizens understand when they travel to the EU countries. So these should be really our future projects to build a European and comfortable way of living for our citizens. And last but not least, if we talk about European integration and about starting negotiations this year, which I agree absolutely, in order to keep the pace of implementing the European reforms, and I support Andrew's totally in this proposal, in order to assure this process and to make it smooth and operational, we need to build the capacities in our countries to implement the association agreement, because the reforms and the engagements are not so easy for us, and we all understand that the capacities in the Eastern Partnership countries are low in the institutional sector, in the state sector. So here we again need to be innovative. We need to engage as many experts, specialists as possible in our state institutions, from the national level or from abroad, bring diaspora back home, which left the Eastern Partnership countries, but which could help implement the European agenda in our countries. And also assure the exchange of experience with the European countries which integrated into EU and which have this experience. And this way we will again convince the citizens of the importance of implementing the association agreements, but will also bring models, successful models to our partners, Armenian partners, Azeri partners, in order to show that the association agreements really give a lot of instruments for the economic development of our countries and for building democratic societies in Eastern Partnership countries. So this is shortly about what I've been collecting as ideas from you today, and I hope tomorrow we will continue this discussion, because this is a discussion we need to focus on during 2023 and finalize it with the new formats for the future of the Eastern Partnership. Thank you very much once again for your active participation, and looking forward to working together with you on the implementation of these ideas. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Ina. Just, a few sentences. First of all, I would like to apologize and to thank very much interpreters who are working without, coffee break and doing a great job. So thanks a lot. We can applaud them. And then, few words on our discussion, not as conclusion, but some remark, which reminds me really what Euronest Parliamentary Assembly is also doing. Besides, discussing political strategies, what is the future, we also are very important platform for parliamentary diplomacy. It's good that, this is a possibility, for Georgian opposition and government to speak out, their problems. That's good, better here than, not to speak at all. It's good also that Armenian and Azeri delegation is able to speak here, and to raise some issues, some concerns, some, even accusations. We all are humans. We cannot run away from those, things, whatever. We can appeal for rationality, but, emotions always are part of our life. Of course, I am, still I'm considered that I am very young, but, in politics I am for 30 years. And I remember that period when Azeris were complaining about, Armenian, how to call, occupied territories and so on and so on. So that's, what life is, unfortunately, for time being in this part of European continent. But, parliamentary diplomacy is, should use not only our plenary sessions. Because, session is session, everybody wants to, to make strong statements, to look around, that his colleagues should, see. That's very normal again. We who are in politics a little bit longer, we know that this is, what makes sometimes our statements a little bit even more emotional. But, Euronest is a good platform to look for some kind of more discreet, parliamentary diplomacy things. I would be very happy to see, for example, I don't know, in Brussels or in some other place, Armenian delegation, at least the leadership, of the delegation, and Azerbaijan delegation leadership, to come, to sit together without any media, without any publicity. We can promise good Belgian beer, and something else, and to talk. And to talk, really, I would be very happy that if, we should, of course, we should spend a lot of time, again, for something what is happening now and what is very painful, but also to find a way to talk about common, dreams, about common vision, and how to achieve them. Because a lot of, different players are around who are trying, not to allow those dreams to become a reality. So I will not continue on that, but I think that either in Bureau or whatever, we need maybe to talk about a little bit, additional possibilities, how we can help, our partners really to find, to use parliamentary diplomacy in most effective way. Now we conclude here our discussion of today. So we have some free time. Whatever you will do, that's your, decision. But 7:30, everybody needs to be back in the lobby, and we are going to some kind, again, of very interesting and nice place. Again, survival challenge, I hope that we shall manage. Okay, good. So thanks a lot to everybody.